Chapter 479. Inside a study in the Marquis's mansion, there were two desks. Lu Shouyan and Zhao Feihuang sat on either side. Su Qingluan held a sword in her hand as she leaned against the wall and rested with her eyes closed. The study was guarded by the Marquis's mansion's elite kamikaze soldiers armed with sharp weapons. There were no maids or servants around. Sun Lang stood in the center. A defensive map that covered the entire Ming province was hung behind him. From the dangers of the mountains and rivers to the disposition of the troops of the various military manors, Ming province's military forces were all recorded in the map. Such a thing was already a great weapon of war. If one carried this map north to Lihua, one would certainly be welcomed by the Blazing Flame Order. Perhaps they might even make an exception and allow one to join the order. As for rewards, there was no need to mention them. After all, this was related to the national defense of the empire's northern borders. For such an important matter, even if Miss Zhao was resourceful, with the Marquis of Jing'an's mansion's ability, it was impossible for them to obtain such a detailed military map. It was all thanks to Magistrate Lu, who was highly principled, that the map could be hung in the study of the Marquis of Jing'an's mansion. After all, apart from Ming province's great general who had a copy of this map, the other copy would naturally be kept by the prefecture overseer. Sun Lang lifted his head and studied the map carefully. After a short while, he had a clear idea of the actual situation of the entire Ming province. He smiled and said, "You finally listened to me for once. Now you know that old Harry is a big problem." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Miss Zhao. "What do you think?" Miss Zhao had a thick stack of letters in her hands. She put one down and said with a smile, "More or less. As for this handwriting, especially for a great elite like General Qi and a great general, it's almost a reflection of the soul. As long as I can figure out his inner spirit, essence, and charm, and imitate his handwriting, I should be able to achieve both form and spirit. I didn't know this ability could be used like this." A faint purple light flashed in her eyes as she smiled mischievously. The letters in Miss Zhao's hands were also from Lu Zhou's contributions. There was a rule in the imperial court, and that was that the local civil officials had the authority to supervise the military. This was especially true for the prefecture overseer, who had the responsibility of balancing the authority of the military officials. They had the right to ask the Grand General about all military actions in their prefecture, and the Grand General of their prefecture had the obligation to proactively inform the prefecture overseer of any large-scale military movements. However, everyone knew that rules were rules and implementation was implementation. Sun Lang had been personally appointed as the successor of socialism in his previous life. He had lived for more than 20 years, yet he had not seen the emperor announce that he would be abdicated to him. It was really baffling. Therefore, this rule, which was meant to support the civil officials and restrict the military power, was completely useless in the current situation. In the current dynasty, the civil officials were lowly and the military officials were nobles. Moreover, the current generation of military officials had earned their military exploits by slaughtering their way through Tianyuan battlefield. They were extremely arrogant and liked to stick together. The relationship between superiors and subordinates, as well as the camaraderie between fellow soldiers, had formed an iron network of relationship. Without an innate advantage, the civil officials could never shake this established trend, no matter how hard they tried. Under such circumstances, under the influence of the lowly civil officials and the military officials around them, there were never many generals who were willing to talk to the civil officials. Take the grand generals of the 9 provinces as an example. They were almost the top generals of the dynasty with the greatest military exploits, and they had military power in their hands and comrades in the imperial court. As long as they did not seek death, they were basically the evergreen trees of the empire. So, why would they take the prefecture overseers of their own provinces seriously? Those who were good-tempered would reach a tacit agreement with the prefecture overseers. They would mind their own business and mind their own business. If anyone dared to cross the line, they would be punished in the imperial court. However, General Qi, who was smooth and amiable, was an exception. In terms of military affairs and official affairs, he behaved like the most standard soldier and did everything according to the rules of the imperial court. In the military affairs of Ming Province, no matter how big or small, as long as they met the standards set by the imperial court, the transfer documents and letters had to be copied and sent to the local government of Ming Province as a backup. For some letters and documents that involved military secrets, he even took the trouble to copy them himself, in case they were seen by the officials and exposed to the risk of being leaked. He was indeed an excellent example of impartiality and conscientiousness, and he should be praised by the imperial court as a model. For example, he should be published in the court bulletin with the title of Serving the Public Wholeheartedly, Protecting the Country, and the Good General of the Imperial Court, Qi Guanyin. It was a pity that his painstaking efforts had all been taken advantage of by the rebels. Prefecture Overseer Lu Zhou was indeed a decisive person. Once he boarded the pirate ship, he would never turn back. He had even handed over the layout of the defenses, so what was the difference between a few documents and letters? Therefore, General Qi's conscientiousness fell into the hands of Lady Zhao, and they became important information for her to figure out the relationship between the generals in Ming Province's military headquarters. She could even trace the generals' writing habits and style of giving orders from these copies. When the time came, as long as she copied them, it would not be too difficult even if she pretended to be Qi Guanyin and gave orders to the generals of Ming Province. Lu Shoyan had already guessed part of Sun Lang's plan. He had placed a heavy bet on Sun Lang, betting that the former marshal would return after missing for 2 years. After all, with his prestige, wisdom, means, and former subordinates, he would return to the imperial court with a thunderous momentum, stir up a storm in Hutu, and make his voice heard in the empire, becoming a force that could influence the political scene. It should be noted that the current situation was in dire need of manpower. Now that he was in the middle of a chaotic and murderous situation, it was impossible for him to play it safe and remain neutral. So, if he did not make a decision quickly, when would he? If he did not make a contribution quickly, when the marshal raised a banner and announced to the world and summoned his former subordinates, where would he find his position? At the thought of this, Lord Lu went all the way. Without any pretense, he entered his current role and began to give Sun Lang advice, find out what he had missed, and make up for what he had missed. As for the secrets of the battle on Great Desolate Mountain, the purpose of Sun Lang's reappearance, and the motive of his return to the imperial court, Lord Lu did not need to worry about that. In any case, looking at Hu Shouxin, the matter of Tai Jia entering Mingzhou showed that the marshal was a nostalgic person. Right now, there was only one Hu Shouxin. In the future, when this matter was made public and his former subordinates reunited, there would be no old friends, confidants, loyal servants, close friends, brothers, and relatives. With so many acquaintances gathered around him, no matter how murderous the marshal was, he would not do anything crazy. As long as he did not fall into the devil's path and commit suicide, it would not be a big deal even if he maneuvered unhindered in the imperial court and overturned the capital. As for loyalty and righteousness, what a joke! In the history of the Qing dynasty, if there was an emperor who had a balanced mind, there would naturally be powerful officials who wielded swords to slay dragons. If the emperor was strong, the officials would be weak, and if the officials were weak, the emperor would be strong. It was just a matter of who led the dynasty and generation. As an official, he had to judge the situation and distinguish between the country and the world. He could not be blindly loyal like Qi Guanyin, who did not know how to adapt to the situation. To think that he is a scholar. Sure enough, he is still a vulgar warrior in essence, stubborn and inflexible. You must know that we scholars have received the teachings of the sages. Our hearts are filled with great loyalty to the country and the common people. How can we be pedantic to such an extent? After criticizing his former comrade in his heart, he immediately threw himself into the tense and exciting life of a dog-headed military advisor. He cupped his hands and said, "Young master, I have something to say," Sun Lang said gently. "I will listen quietly." It's just a joke. Don't mind it." Lu Shoyan had begun to get used to the occasionally confusing words that came out of the marshal's mouth. He classified such behavior into the category of strange words and strange deeds, but it went in one ear and out the other. He apologized and continued. The marshal asked for the map of Mingzhou's defense and General Qi's letter. "Do you want to use the general's order to give orders and mobilize the garrison in Mingzhou?" Sun Lang nodded with a smile. "Yes. Forgive me for being blunt, but I'm afraid it's not that simple," Lu Shoyan said cautiously. "First of all, even if Miss Zhao is talented and can imitate Qi Guanyan's handwriting and tone exactly, we still have two fatal problems that we can't solve." He sighed. "First of all, we don't have Qi Guanyan's seal of the general. It's not appropriate to forge Qi Guanyan's private letter to give orders to the proud soldiers of Mingzhou through my cooperation and Qi Guanyan's accumulated prestige. Besides, we have a second problem." Lu Shoyan glanced at Zhao Feihuang. "If the generals of the mansions notice something wrong and send people to visit the general to confirm it in person, what can we do?" Sun Lang and Zhao Feihuang looked at each other and laughed. Sun Lang walked over and patted Lu Shoyan's shoulder. "You only know one thing, but you don't know the other. Miss Zhao isn't the general of Mingzhou after all. Even if I fill in the gaps, more or less, there will be mistakes, and it can't be done flawlessly. But so what? My intention isn't to bypass Qi Guanyan and take over Mingzhou by force. Things haven't reached that stage yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted so much time with Qi Guanyan." Lu Shoyan's heart skipped a beat. He did not want to bypass Qi Guanyan and take over Mingzhou by force. If that was the case, it was easy to guess what he wanted to do. He muttered to himself for a moment before his eyes lit up. "I see." Lu Zhou smiled and said, "You have an ulterior motive. I'm afraid the marshal's target is the Wang clan, right? You want the Wang clan to realize this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so they'll jump out on their own?" Sun Lang nodded and said, "That's right. The enemy is in the dark while we're out in the open. They're flying around like two flies. Although we can easily kill them, we have to be able to find them first. Since they're buzzing around in places we can't see, we'll put out a pile of *T and let them land on it." What an interesting analogy. The marshal was truly unfathomable and unfathomable. Lu Shoyan continued to observe the essence of the marshal's thoughts as though nothing had happened. He nodded and said, "That's a good idea. After all, General Qi is too shy to publicize his family's scandal. I'm afraid neither the great general's mansion nor the soldiers of Mingzhou are aware of the Wang clan's betrayal. They still regard her as their mistress. The various anecdotes between the Wang clan and General Qi have been widely circulated in the army, causing the general's wife to be highly respected in Mingzhou's army." He pondered for a moment before he continued, "The Wang clan has been ordered by Tensei province to stir up chaos in Mingzhou. Whether Qi Guanyan is under house arrest or killed by us, it's a good opportunity for her to fan the flames. When the generals see the clues, she'll raise her arms and call for help. She'll definitely be able to incite the generals to attack Mingzhou." Young Mistress Zhao smiled and said, "Then, General Qi will only need to show his face on the city wall, and the army will instantly change sides. It won't be a problem to capture the Wang clan. Moreover, as long as she takes the initiative to contact the generals, she'll definitely leave behind traces and clues. She'll then come out in the open. At that time, it'll be 100 times easier for Sun Lang to find her." Master Lu nodded with a smile. He cupped his fists and said, Marshal, you're truly a genius. Sun Lang waved his hand and said, Don't flatter me. This is just a fantasy. It's not easy to execute. We still need to think about how to make the Wang clan lower their guard and take the bait. Young Mistress Zhao had always been suspicious. Other than Sun Lang and Su Qingluan, there was probably no one else in the world that she could trust without thinking. She frowned and said, Also, our relationship with General Qi is very strained now. Will he be willing to cooperate when the time comes? When the soldiers are at the city wall, even if he's still in our hands, the initiative will still be in his hands. Sun Lang said lightly, It doesn't matter. If Qi Guanyin doesn't know what's good for him, it doesn't matter. Almost all the elite soldiers in Mingzhou have gathered in Mingzhou, which is convenient for us. If Qi Guanyin can be ruthless, then I'll be even more ruthless than him. I hope he won't regret it. Young Mistress Zhao nodded. Since Sun Lang has a way, it can't be better. What way? Master Lu, on the other hand, was puzzled. The Qiu clan soldiers were certain that the great general had been murdered. They had arrived at the city wall with great ferocity. However, Qi Guanyin had suddenly betrayed them and ordered the army to attack the city. How was the marshal going to turn the tables in such a predicament? He could not possibly kill the 100,000-strong soldiers, could he? Sun Lang knew what Master Lu was thinking when he saw the look in Master Lu's eyes. He rolled his eyes and said, What are you thinking? Why would I do something like that? There are at least 100,000 of them. It'll be too late by the time I'm done killing them. You speak as if you've done it before. Wait. Lu Shoyan looked away as though nothing had happened. It's the Sky Demon's doing. It's the Sky Demon's doing. It's the Sky Demon's doing. It must be the Sky Demon's doing. Sun Lang saw Lu Shoyan's stunned expression, but he did not point it out. He smiled at young Mistress Zhao. Young Mistress Zhao had already guessed Sun Lang's backup plan. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. Actually, we don't have to wait until Qi Guanyin betrays us. We can do it now. Sun Lang shook his head. This is only a backup plan. I don't really like it. Young Mistress Zhao nodded obediently. Oh, there's no need for that for now. The two of them smiled at each other. Sun Lang walked over and stood behind young Mistress Zhao. Let's start writing the letter. We'll make a list first. However, speaking of the great general's seal, should I look for it in Huqing? Chapter 480. Early in the morning, in a manor in the mountains to the south of Hongqing, Wang Shi wrapped her hair with a handkerchief, rolled up her sleeves, and took a bucket of water to wash up. This was a property that she had purchased in private. There were no servants or maids, and there would be people who would clean it every half a month. There was a large amount of food, water, medicine, and money stored inside. Even Qi Guanyin did not know about this place. Over the years, she had placed many pieces on the chessboard that was Mingzhou, all so that she could use them one day in case she needed them. The door of the room was pushed open. Wang Yin yawned and stumbled out. He complained, Sister, the bed is too hard. There is no incense. I didn't sleep well last night. Wang Shi looked at him and sighed. Brother, just bear with it for a few days. Wang Yin nodded his head in confusion. His mind was a mess, and he still couldn't understand what had happened in the past 2 days. After all, the recent changes were too thrilling for a hedonistic young master like him. He looked around. It was empty. Deep in the mountains and forests, it was quiet and deep. There was not the slightest bit of smoke or fire. It was completely different from the bustling city. For a young man of his age, he could not feel the elegant beauty of being out of the world. Young people always yearned for a more prosperous world. Therefore, the servant curled his lips and muttered, Sister, what happened that night? What is the background of the steel giant that took us away? You seem to know it? Does brother-in-law know that we are here? Won't he be worried? When Wang Shi heard this, her eyes suddenly turned red and tears rolled down her cheeks. Wang Yin saw this and immediately panicked. In his impression, his sister, who was smart and capable and doted on him, had never shown such an expression. The general's wife, who was in charge of the general's residence, and had trained his brother-in-law to be obedient, seemed to be born with no fate with weakness. Therefore, when he saw his sister crying, he was shocked. He quickly squatted down and said anxiously, "Sister, what's wrong? What happened? Don't cry." Wang Shi wiped her tears. Before she could say anything, the roar of a jet engine came from the valley. The huge blazing angel was like a bolt of lightning across the sky, bringing with it a unique beauty of a mixture of holiness and violence. Wang Yin was shocked and immediately stood in front of his sister. What do you want? Your brother is not completely useless." The blazing angel's hoarse voice sounded. "It seems that the relationship between sister and brother is very good. It has nothing to do with you." Wang Shi shook off the water droplets on her hand and stood up calmly. "Brother, go rest in the room first." Wang Yin looked at the blazing angel that was exuding unparalleled dominance and pressure just by standing there, and then looked at his sister. He still didn't understand why the two of them were related. Although he couldn't make sense of what had happened in the past 2 days, he could still vaguely feel a great unease. It was as if something huge had happened while he was unconscious. He turned his head and looked deeply into his sister's eyes. "Sis, are you hiding something from me?" Hearing this, Blazing Angel laughed and said, "You haven't told him yet? Is it difficult?" "Shut up," Wang Ying scolded with a frosty face. Then she looked at Wang Yin and said slowly, "Brother, even if you know about this, it won't be of any help. It will only disturb people's hearts." Wang Yin was silent for a moment and sighed. "You're right. I'm just an idiot. If it wasn't for sister and brother-in-law's protection, I would just be a useless playboy. I wouldn't be able to help sister." His life could be said to be smooth sailing. He had never suffered any hardships. His family was originally well off. When he was a little more sensible, his brother-in-law made a fortune. As the brother-in-law of a famous general, almost everyone had to give him some face. This made him arrogant and conceited. Who would have thought that a few days ago, he would be slapped in the face by Sun Lang? The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that he completely ignored the advantages that his family background brought to him. He was deeply shocked and now began to doubt society and life. This matter was very good to temper his temper. Usually, Wang Shi would be wild with joy. But now, she could only sigh softly. Wang Yin glanced at the blazing angel again before slowly strolling back to his room. The blazing angel said indifferently, "How long are you going to keep this a secret from him?" Wang Shi said calmly, "This matter has nothing to do with him in the first place. When the time is right, I'll send him away from Mingzhou and return to his hometown. I only hope that he can temper his temper and calm down." "Are you kidding me? You're so close to your brother. If he leaves, where am I going to find a hostage?" The blazing angel chuckled coldly and did not expose her. She only said, "Qi Guanyin has already taken action. That Sun Lang has already tied the governor of Mingzhou and the general of Mingzhou to his chariot. Right now, more people have been sent to every checkpoint in Mingzhou. The civil and military of Mingzhou have worked together to set up an inescapable net and put out an arrest warrant for the two of you. Even if you want to send your brother away, it won't be that easy." Wang Ying's body suddenly trembled. She said in disbelief, "Arrest warrant? Fu! Qi Guanyin announced this matter? Did he really send out an arrest warrant to capture us?" The blazing angel said indifferently, "He didn't mention any names. He's just looking for noble young masters with extraordinary temperaments and charming young women. Qi Guanyin is someone who cares about his face too. He didn't want to announce this matter." Only then did Wang Shi breathe a sigh of relief. She fell silent. "This isn't good news," said the blazing angel. "I don't know where that Sun Lang has come from, but he actually has the ability to pull Qi Guanyin and the governor of Mingzhou into the same boat. This isn't good news for us. After all, our mission is to stir up chaos in Mingzhou. After saying that, she asked, "Do you have any good ideas? If that's the case, the account books that recorded the many shady matters of the general's residence won't be of much use anymore. You planned to give them to the governor of Mingzhou, Lu Shouyan, and use his great dissatisfaction with Qi Guanyin to stir up a conflict between the two of them and even cause chaos in Mingzhou. Now, Lu Shouyan and Qi Guanyin are already wearing the same pants." Wang Shi raised her head abruptly and said, "Wait." The blazing angel was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Wang Ying's eyes flashed. "What did you just say?" "I said, Lu Shouyan and Qi Guanyin are already wearing the same pants." The blazing angel was puzzled. "What?" Wang Shi's eyes flashed. That's it. The blazing angel was confused. "What did you say?" Wang Ying ignored it. The woman paced back and forth, muttering to herself. She frowned and fell into deep thought. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter, but her fingers kept trembling. In the end, she stopped and took a deep breath. Her face was somewhat pale. The blazing angel was somewhat impatient. "What's wrong with you?" "I've discovered the problem." Wang Shi hesitated for a moment, then said, "I want you to do something to confirm my guess." The blazing angel was dissatisfied. "Woman, why are you hemming and hawing? What do you want me to do? When I went out to investigate, I sensed the signals of the death messenger and the lone traveler. These two fellows are looking for me in Manchuria. If I'm discovered, even I don't have the confidence to say that I can win against the two of them at once. Moreover, they have an even more powerful person behind them. If I'm delayed for a while and wait for Sun Lang to arrive, I'll most likely die here." At this point, there was a trace of confusion in its hoarse voice. "Speaking of which, what kind of deity is that Sun Lang? Not only does Lu Shouyan listen to him, even these two blazing angels are willing to listen to him and become his hired thugs. This death messenger is a barbaric woman who listens to whoever has the biggest fist. That's fine, but why is the lone traveler so unprincipled? After all, he's—" Wang Shi's eyes flashed. "At what?" The blazing angel's tone was playful. "I suddenly thought of a very good idea." It pondered for a moment and seemed to have an idea. However, it did not want to tell Wang Shi, so it changed the topic. "What do you want me to do?" Wang Shi knew that this so-called colleague of hers had many reservations about her. She only snorted and squatted down. She dipped the water in the bucket and began to smear it on the ground. "We're near Huqing. It's the most dangerous place, but it's also the safest place. I know the distribution of the troops in Manchuria and the temperament of the generals. I want you to go to one of the military residences and steal a letter." The blazing angel thought for a moment and said, "It's not easy to go against the military residences in broad daylight." Wang Shi said, "I've said it before. I know the temperament of the generals and even their weaknesses. Otherwise, do you think I've been the housekeeper of the general's residence all these years for nothing? There's no need to force it. I'll give you a clear path. The lord of Guiyun Manor, Bai Feng, is capable, but he's greedy and lustful. I have something on him. I'll write a letter here. When you reach Guiyun Manor, all you need to do is—" The blazing angel mocked, "How can I send a letter in this state?" Wang Shi said indifferently, "Can't you take off your armor? If not, I'll go myself." The blazing angel hesitated for a moment and snorted, "No need. I'll go. I hope it won't be a waste of time. If you still can't make up for it, I'll have to report to the master that you've failed in your duty." It did not waste time. It activated the jet and shot into the sky. The blazing angel changed shape in the air and shot into the distance, leaving a huge echo in the valley. Wang Shi looked in the direction it left in and stood silently. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. 2 streams of tears fell from her face. The door was pushed open silently, revealing Wang Yin's complicated expression. He looked at his sister, as if it was the first time he had met her. He said slowly, "Sister, you and brother-in-law." Wang Ying trembled and whispered, "Don't say it. You don't understand." "Yes, I don't understand." Wang Ying clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "Did brother-in-law do anything to let you down?" Wang Shi sighed, "No, he treats me very well. There's no one better than him." Wang Ying said indifferently, "Then what are you doing now?" Wang Ying said calmly, "I have no choice. I can only do this. I'm sorry, brother. Sister is very good to me. When I got into trouble, you covered it up for me. When I made brother-in-law unhappy, you interceded for me. Mother left early. Sister is like a mother. You gave me everything that mother didn't have time to give me." Wang Ying closed his eyes and sighed. "How can such a sister let me down?" Wang Shi still had her back to her brother. Her face was getting paler and paler. There was a trace of pleading in her voice. "Brother, don't say it. This has nothing to do with you. After a while, when things calm down, I'll send you home. In the future, you have to be a good and down-to-earth person. How can this have nothing to do with me? You're my sister." Wang Yin's suppressed emotions exploded. He didn't know what was going on, but it didn't stop him from expressing his opinion. He took 2 steps forward and said loudly, "Sis, an elder sister is like a mother, and you are like a mother. When I did something wrong when I was young, you would cover it up for me, and then you would always teach me that it was wrong. Since I was young, I have also been taught by you that this is wrong, that is wrong." He looked at his sister's back and took a deep breath. He temporarily put aside his respect and love for his sister and said loudly, "But this time, this useless brother of mine wants to tell sister that what you're doing is wrong. If brother-in-law did something to let you down, I'll beat him up for you. But since brother-in-law didn't do anything to let you down, how can you do this?" Wang Shi's body trembled. She whispered, "Don't say it. I want to say it. Sister, do you have any difficulties? We're a family. Misunderstandings can always be solved. Brother-in-law loves you so much. If you have any problems or difficulties, just tell him. Won't he solve them for you? Brother-in-law once said that nothing is difficult in this world. Why do we have to be like this when we're clearly a family? Don't say it." Wang Shi turned around and pointed at Wang Ying. Wang Yin's body trembled and slowly fell to the ground. Wang Ying caught her brother and caressed his familiar face. She closed her eyes and said softly, "You don't understand. Brother, when you know the truth, don't blame me." Who asked, she didn't continue. She carried her brother into the room and placed him on the bed. She pulled the blanket over him and tucked him in. Then, she sat by the bed and stared at her brother's face. It was as if she wanted to engrave his appearance deep in her heart. She softly hummed a song. After an unknown period of time, the long-awaited sound of jets came from outside. Blazing Angel had returned. Wang Ying took the document sealed in a craft paper bag from the other party's hand. She opened it and carefully read it a few times. Her fingers trembled slightly and her eyes flickered. In the end, she closed her eyes and sighed. "It's not him." Chapter 481. It's not him. Hearing that, the seraph asked in confusion, "It's not who?" Wang Shi was silent for a moment. She had already sorted out her emotions. Shaking the letter in her hand, she said lightly, "The person who wrote the letters to the generals and mobilized the troops in Mingzhou was not Qi Guanyin." This was far beyond the seraph's expectations. It asked in shock, "What? You once said that Qi Guanyin was wearing the same pants as Lu Shoyan." Wang Shi said lightly, "This gave me a hint. This is a taboo among officials. Qi Guanyin should know that. Besides, Lu Shoyan was troubled by the matter of Xian Jia entering Mingzhou. Now, it seems that he has joined Sun Lang. He must have received some kind of political promise in exchange. It seems that Sun Lang must be a person with great power in the north. That is why he appeared here. In other words," she explained a little, then shook her head and said, "Forget it, this matter is too complicated and troublesome to explain. You only need to know that with Qi Guanyan's character, he shouldn't be in cahoots with the northern faction. I had my suspicions, that's why I asked you to snatch a letter and bring it over. It's clear whether it was written by him or not. Although the blazing angel was a little confused, his attention was no longer on it, because Wang Shi's words revealed some important information. It took a deep breath and asked, "Are you sure? It can't be wrong." Wang Ying said, "Sun Lang has an expert on his side. Be it the charm of the handwriting, the choice of words, or the habit of giving orders, everything was copied almost flawlessly. No wonder he could fool Qi Guanyan's generals. Unfortunately, a fake is a fake. There will always be flaws." She paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. "No matter how real a letter is, it can fool others, but it can't fool his wife." Ha 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 ha. The former general's wife stroked the letter in her hand and let out a complicated laugh. Her slender fingers trembled slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. The seraph, on the other hand, thought of something that excited it. It's fake? But Qi Guanyan clearly went to Mingzhou with Sun Lang. How could the letter be fake? There was a hint of unconcealable tremor in its hoarse voice because it suddenly realized that its master's task seemed to have taken a turn for the better. After all, Wang Shi came first, and Sun Lang came out of nowhere, adding a lot of variables to the task. Sun Lang was able to pull the two leaders of Mingzhou's officialdom onto his chariot, in disguise, to unify the power of Mingzhou. This was a great threat to its master's plan. If it did not solve this problem, it would be a great dereliction of its duty and its master, and would make its masters furious. But now, he suddenly realized that this big problem had actually taken a turn for the better. Qi Guanyan didn't seem to be in cahoots with Sun Lang. Thinking of this, its voice trembled a little. "What about Qi Guanyan?" Wang Shi lowered her eyes and said softly, "Since this fake letter was openly sent out, there are only three possibilities. First, Qi Guanyan and Sun Lang didn't come to an agreement, but for various reasons, he chose to remain neutral and turned a blind eye to Sun Lang's actions. This shouldn't be possible. It doesn't fit his personality. As long as he chooses a path, he will walk it to the end. He will never waver." There was a hint of joy in the seraph's voice. "And then?" "And then," Wang Shi's voice was flat as she said indifferently, "the second possibility is that the two of them didn't come to an agreement. They didn't see eye to eye and quarreled. Qi Guanyan wasn't Sun Lang's opponent, so he was injured and put under house arrest. Then, Sun Lang went all the way and used Qi Guanyan's name to command the army and gather the power of Mingzhou to find us and kill us. This created an established fact that forced Qi Guanyan to join them." "Then, what's the third possibility?" "The third one," Wang Ying blinked and said softly, "similarly, they didn't come to an agreement and there was a conflict. But perhaps Qi Guanyan was injured, or perhaps Sun Lang didn't stop. As a result, he died." The seraph was refreshed and asked directly, "What are the possibilities?" Wang Ying looked at him as if nothing had happened and said calmly, "I can't tell. Theoretically speaking, the possibility isn't high, because Sun Lang can't bear the consequences of killing Qi Guanyan." The seraph said impatiently, "Didn't you say that there was a possibility of failure? The place where the two of them fought might be Sun Lang's nest. If Qi Guanyan mobilized the imperial army, it might hurt other people. In order to protect his family, Sun Lang attacked too heavily and killed Qi Guanyan. This is also possible." Wang Shi bit her lips. "I don't know." "Then think of a way to verify it." The seraph said, "This is a rare piece of good news for us. If Qi Guanyan was really killed by Sun Lang by accident, it would be the blessing of the Earth Queen. Even if he was lucky, just the fact that he was under house arrest is enough for Sun Lang to suffer." He stared at Wang Ying meaningfully, and the red light on the mask flickered. "Now that things have come to this, don't change your mind at the last minute. You can't let go of such a good opportunity. Whether or not you can redeem yourself and receive the master's praise and rewards depends on you. Wang Shi stood where she was, holding the forged letter tightly in her hand and not saying a word. The seraph said casually, "Don't forget that night when Qi Guanyin stabbed you with his halberd. If it weren't for Sun Lang stopping him, you would have been killed on the spot even if you had 8 lives. The so-called relationship between husband and wife has already been destroyed by that halberd. Your husband has already divorced you. Now, even if you don't plan for yourself, you should plan for your real family, right?" Wang Ying heard this, and her body trembled. She slowly turned her head and looked deeply at the side room behind her. "Brother, I hope that when you know the truth, you won't hate me." She turned her head back, and an expression of anger and unwillingness appeared on her face. But slowly, this expression slowly converged into indifference. She took a deep breath and said casually, "I know. It's good that you know." The seraph seemed like he didn't want to make things too awkward with her, so he said to make up for it, "Your brother, in terms of talent, is just a bag of straw. Without Qi Guanyin's protection, he will definitely be muddle-headed and mediocre. He won't have any great prospects. If you want him to be outstanding in the future, I don't need to say what the only chance is. With the master's power, giving him a small wealthy future is naturally a small matter." Wang Shi snorted coldly, as if she didn't want to be entangled in this matter. She shook the letter in her hand and said, "This letter is forged. It means that Qi Guanyin is not in a good situation now. For us it is indeed a very, very good opportunity." She paced 2 steps on the spot and muttered, "Qi Guanyin doesn't want to spread his family's dirty linen, so almost no one knows about me. Even if there are a few people who know, they all think that I was taken away by a traitor. In their hearts, I am not only a victim, but also a highly respected general's wife. The traitor who took her away didn't know if Wang Shi was deliberately scolding him, so he just snorted." Wang Shi continued, "If it was a normal time it would be fine. Qi Guanyin is very strict with the army. As a woman, I don't have a military position and can't command them at all. But it's different this time. The general has mysteriously disappeared. It seems that he has been put under house arrest or even murdered. The army is like a group of dragons without a leader. If I call out as the general's wife, there will definitely be a response. Even if I don't have direct command, I can take advantage of the situation and use them to achieve my goal." The seraph also thought so. Seeing that Wang Shi was indeed working hard, it nodded repeatedly. "This is a very good idea. The master's order is to stir up chaos in Mingzhou. What can shake the court more than the generals attacking Mingzhou in anger? The army is at the city gates, and there are hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Mingzhou. Under the eyes of the public, no matter how the situation is resolved, it will be a huge storm. Just this alone is enough to make Sun Lang and Qi Guanyin suffer." Wang Ying's expression did not change as she added, "And this is only the beginning. We can totally do more things. For example, besides instigating the generals to attack Mingzhou, we can also instigate them to collectively submit a memorial to the court, saying that the generals of Tianyuan in the north, led by Sun Lang and Hu Shouxin, colluded with Lu Shouyan and imprisoned the general Qi Guanyin. In addition, the account books can also be sent into the capital. I guarantee that the court will be turned upside down." The seraph was dazed for a moment. Then it praised, "Wonderful, wonderful! This is truly a brilliant idea." "You don't have to waste your breath," Wang Shi said expressionlessly. Wang Shi said expressionlessly, "I've said it before. The task of sending the account books to the Heavenly Policy Mansion must be done by my younger brother. Do you understand?" Hearing that, the seraph was relieved. It was even less wary of Wang Shi. No matter how terrifying and vicious this person was, as long as she had a weakness, her threat would be greatly reduced. Therefore, it chuckled and said, "No problem. If he sends the account books, he can also show his face in front of the master. As long as he leaves a good impression and makes the master happy, it will be of great use to him for the rest of his life. When the situation is settled, we will begin to arrange this matter. What do you think?" However, although its tone was one of discussion and inquiry, there was no room for negotiation. Indeed, when the fact that Mingzhou was surrounded by the army was established, everything would be settled. It did not matter whether they had hostages or not. It was better to be generous so that this woman would not have to think too much. Wang Shi seemed to have thought of this as well. Her expression was somewhat ugly, but she was a smart woman. After understanding the cause and effect, she did not continue to pester it. Instead, she continued, "But before we carry out the plan, we have to confirm two things." "What are they?" the seraph asked. First, Wang Shi flipped to the end of the letter. "Although it is a military mobilization, there is no general's seal here." Sun Lang and the others imitated Qi Guanyan's handwriting and tone, using his usual authority to give the order. "Although the generals did not say it out loud, they will all have doubts in their hearts," the seraph said. "Yes, they will definitely have doubts in their hearts. It will be easier for us to act." Qi Guanyan left in a hurry that night. He did not think of mobilizing the army, so he did not bring the general's seal. "This is also our chance." A cold light flashed in Wang Ying's eyes. "With the identity of the general's wife and the general's seal that the general secretly entrusted to us before he left, it will be more convincing." The seraph nodded. "You are right. Do you know where the general's seal is?" Wang Shi smiled with a complicated expression. "I should know." "Then we will take it," the seraph asked. "Then what is the second matter?" Wang Shi did not immediately reply. She stood in the courtyard and looked up at the sky. She sank into silence, as though she was in a dilemma. After a long time, she laughed mournfully and then clenched her fist. The hesitation in her eyes was replaced by coldness. She said indifferently, "I said before that almost no one knows the truth between Qi Guanyan and I." "Almost no one." She turned her head and looked at the seraph. The murderous intent in her eyes made the seraph, who was at the top of the seraph, shiver. Wang Ying said faintly, "Coincidentally, there is one person who knows the truth. In order to prevent the information from being leaked and the entire plan from falling short of success, we have to keep him silent forever." Marquis Jinggan Fu. "Your Grand General is slightly injured and is not convenient to receive guests. You can go back now," Sun Lang said to the soldiers in front of him. "Go back and tell your commander to carefully carry out the orders that the Grand General gave." The leading officer was clearly someone who had seen the world and would not be sent away by just a few words. He cupped his hands in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "My commander has repeatedly instructed that we must pay a visit to the Grand General. If the Grand General is unwell, then this lowly officer will have to go to his bedside and kowtow to pay respects. I say, Chiuba, why do you have so many problems?" Sun Lang picked his nose and said impatiently, "I already said that your Grand General will naturally come out to preside over the situation after he recovers from his injuries. Hurry and leave." Hearing this, the officer was furious. He held the hilt of his sword and took a step forward. Traces of killing intent seeped out of his body. He threatened, "You are being secretive. Could it be that you have a guilty conscience?" "What about you?" Sun Lang rolled his eyes. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of him. That officer was shocked and pulled out his sword to hack, but before he could move, Sun Lang grabbed his chest and threw him out. The other attendants also did the same, flying out like they were riding on clouds. The soldiers only felt a sharp pain on their bodies. Turning their heads to look around, they discovered that they had been directly thrown from the front hall onto the main street. They couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Looking at Sun Lang, who had appeared like a ghost, for a moment they were both shocked and furious, but they couldn't utter a single vicious word. Sun Lang picked his nose and said arrogantly, "You really have a lot of problems still being secretive. Laozi's martial arts are #1 in the world. Even if I killed your Grand General, I will admit it openly. If I say that he is fine, then he is fine. Hurry and go back to report. If you dare to stay here, I will throw you all into the cesspit." With that, he turned and went back. Those soldiers looked at each other. The leading officer gritted his teeth. Thinking of Sun Lang's skills, he still chose to cower. "Let's go. Go back and report to the general." "This is already the third wave." Sun Lang returned to the front hall. Miss Zhao walked out with a smile. "I'm afraid that many of the smart generals are already muttering." Sun Lang smiled. "This is the effect I want. Also, there is a pleasant surprise." Miss Zhao smiled. "Yesterday, you asked me to look through Qi Guanyan's letters and specifically look for generals with great flaws in their personalities. You sent spies from the Marquis's mansion to observe them. This was a stupid method of casting a wide net, but I didn't expect it to actually work. I just received a pigeon letter saying that the Lord of Cloud Mansion, Bai Feng, is acting strangely." Chapter 482. Guiyun Manor? Sun Lang's expression changed. He smiled and asked, "What is it?" Lady Zhao pursed her lips and smiled. The order given to Guiyun Manor's chief general, Bai Feng, was to send elite soldiers to seal off all the important places from De Xingguan to Yundupu, increase the intensity of inspection and patrol, and monitor the movements to the west of Guiyun Manor. Be prepared to mobilize the troops at any time. She raised a finger and shook it. Although that Bai Feng is greedy and lustful, he is still a qualified general. Otherwise, Qi Guanyin would not have allowed him to hold such an important position. This means that since the order has been given, he will carry it out wholeheartedly. He will not abandon his duty for personal reasons. Sun Lang nodded and asked, "Then where did he go?" Lady Zhao replied, "The messenger pigeon said that this morning, when the Marquis Manor's spies were monitoring the Guiyun general's manor, they found someone sneaking in and passing in a letter. Not long after, Guiyun Manor's chief general, Bai Feng, disguised himself and left through the back door." Sun Lang's expression changed. "Where did he go?" Lady Zhao looked apologetic. "I don't know. Bai Feng's martial arts are not weak and he is a general. Moreover, it is obvious that he is working in secret. He must be very vigilant. Our men were afraid of alerting him, so they did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, they did not follow Bai Feng." Sun Lang was not disappointed. He nodded. "That's true. His judgment is correct. Your ability to train your subordinates is not bad. You are able to remain calm at crucial moments and not act rashly. Very good." Zhao Feihuang was delighted. He said proudly, "Of course. Sun Lang, you are right. Although our men did not choose to follow Bai Feng, it was not like they did not come out empty-handed. They followed the person who delivered the letter and after confirming his identity, they captured him. As expected, the person who delivered the letter was just a hooligan on the streets of Guiyun Manor." Sun Lang thought for a moment and smiled. In other words, the person who came looking for Bai Feng should not be a local acquaintance of his in Guiyun Manor. For example, his lover or asshole friend. Indeed. Young Mistress Zhao nodded and said, "They went through a preliminary interrogation and got all the information they could. That scoundrel said that the person who instructed him to deliver the letter to the Guiyun Manor was wearing a black cloak and had a hoarse voice. It was hard to tell if the person was a male or female. He was given 5 taels of silver and told to deliver a letter to General Bai Feng at the Guiyun Manor. He said that General Bai would reward him with silver after the matter was settled." Sun Lang shook his head and said, "He actually did something so suspicious. He was probably threatened or blinded by greed. After all, 5 taels of silver are nothing to us, but to these hooligans, it is enough for them to look for that half-closed door that they have been drooling over for a long time and enjoy the life of an emperor for a few days. Or perhaps they can go to a gambling den and enjoy the life of a rich man, young Mistress Zhao said with a smile. Everyone has desires. It is just that different people have different statuses, so the cost of their desires is different as well. Just like how hooligans on the streets do not want to be appointed as generals or ministers and leave their names in history, the officials of the imperial court have no interest in being the banker in front of a bunch of hooligans and gamblers. Different people have different desires. When dealing with people, you have to look at their dishes and understand what they really want. Only then can you handle it with ease. Sun Lang said with a smile, Good, good, good. You know a lot. You are amazing. Young Mistress Zhao said with a smile, Of course. If I don't know a lot, how can I be of help to you? Sun Lang smiled and changed the topic again. Since the person who came to look for Bai Feng is not a local, there are only two groups of people in the current situation. First, it is a foreign general who sensed that there is something wrong with the so-called great general's orders and came to contact him. This is also not very likely. If it is really a general from another army, regardless of whether he sent someone or came personally, he would have an entourage. He would not come alone. Second, this person is hiding his head but showing his tail. His voice is hoarse, and he has specially come to look for someone like Bai Feng who has a stain on his character. Young Mistress Zhao continued, It is most likely the Wang family and the Blazing Angels group. Sun Lang nodded and then sighed. It is a pity that messenger pigeons are too slow. If there is a more efficient method of transmitting information, then after we receive the news, we can immediately issue orders to Courier and Long Wanda to intercept them immediately. I will set off at the same time. As long as the Death Messenger and the Lone Wanderer can delay the other party for a moment, that Blazing Angel will not be able to leave no matter what. It is too late now. Zhao Feihuang asked in surprise. A faster way of transmitting information? Sun Lang nodded and pondered. I talked to Courier about the Morse code a few days ago. I was just joking before, but now it seems that it is indeed necessary to make a telegram first. He thought about it and felt that the farming genre was also good, especially through the description of the foreign country bumpkins are shocked by the modernization and development of the protagonist's territory, which was a lot of fun to play with, to increase the word count openly without having to worry about being looked askance by the readers. Furthermore, it could also be more enjoyable and advance the plot. It was simply wonderful. Therefore, he said, Well, Ming is about to become my territory anyway. According to the general law of the farming genre's plot development, it is natural to climb the technology tree bravely. When the matter here is over, I will send people abroad to bring back a batch of skilled immigrants. In any case, for those foreign devils, Hotu is the beacon of human civilization. As long as they show their green cards and promise a high salary, they will fly over even if the world is covered. Young Mistress Zhao was indeed a female Zhuge. Relying on her intelligence and her love for Sun Lang, she forced herself to understand more than half of her lover's words. When she understood the meaning, she could even tease him. When those foreign scholars step onto the land of the Empire with their admiration for the Celestial Empire and their yearning for a better life, I wonder what kind of expression they will have when they find out that the people who hired them are thieves who harbor ill intentions toward the Empire. What thieves? Sun Lang smiled proudly. They are called vassals. All right, my lord. Zhao Feihuang asked. It's definitely too late to go to the cloud-gathering mansion to stop the seraph, but Bai Feng is still there. She can run away, but the temple can't. Do you want to go there? Sun Lang thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it in case we alert them. After all, it's easy to know what the Wang family and the seraph are up to. Or rather, everything is under our control. Even if we capture Bai Feng and interrogate her, the answer we get will be exactly the same as our conjecture and plan. It will only increase the variables of the matter and raise the enemy's wariness. He paced a few steps and said casually, Our plan is to make the generals suspicious by forging Qi Guanyan's orders, so that the Wang family and the Seraph will see an opportunity to counterattack. Today they took the bait so easily. What a pleasant surprise. Their motive for meeting Bai Feng in private is obvious. It's probably to ask Bai Feng for the so-called letter of the great general's orders. Zhao Feihuang nodded and said, "That's right. Although I can imitate the charm of Qi Guanyan's handwriting and the habit of using words and forming sentences, even if I can hide it from his generals, I can't hide it from his wife. Wang sure must have already seen some clues from it. Haha, I'm afraid she would never have dreamed that all of this was Sun's plan." Sun Lang only smiled. Back then, he was an unparalleled general who led the 6 armies to fight against the Sky Demon. He was a powerful figure who fought against a group of extraterrestrial visitors who could sweep through an entire world. He did not feel any sense of accomplishment at all by taking care of a Hudong lion, so he did not feel any pride at all. He said, "Since this woman has gotten into the act ahead of time, let's add some icing on the cake and add some fuel to the fire. Write another letter and ask the generals of Mingzhou to come to Mingzhou in 3 days. Tell them that the great general wants to talk to them in person and explain some of the recent events." Zhao Feihuang immediately understood Sun Lang's intention. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "The Wang family must have seen the opportunity. In the past 2 days, she should have started to collude with the generals to accuse us of putting the great general under house arrest and instigate the Qiu family to lead the troops to besiege Mingzhou to save the great general. The generals were already suspicious, and with the madam's personal explanation, they probably believed 70% of it. When they read this letter, they probably believed 90% of it. How would they be willing to come? Even if they did come, they would have to gather the troops before coming." Sun Lang smiled. "Then it's our turn to perform." Miss Zhao nodded and was about to write a letter when a thought flashed through her mind. "Wait." Sun Lang asked curiously, "What is it?" Zhao Feihuang asked, "I suddenly thought of something. Since we've already guessed that the Wang family has already colluded with the generals, she will most likely return to the great general's residence. If that's the case, why should we wait for her to make a move? Sun Lang, you can go to Hongcheng and capture her directly." Sun Lang shook his head. "The Wang family is not stupid. She's smart and knows her advantages and disadvantages. Her advantage is that she can use her identity as the great general's wife to take advantage of the situation and use the strength of the Mingzhou army to deal with us. Her disadvantage is that her personal safety is not worth mentioning in front of our military force. Therefore, the first thing she has to be on guard against is our decapitation operation. Therefore, the possibility of her swaggering back to the great general's residence is not high. She must have first colluded with the generals of Mingzhou in a secret location before standing out to raise her arms and call for action. When the time comes, she will be surrounded and protected by many powerful generals and the Mingzhou army. Only then will she feel a sense of security." Sun Lang smiled and said, "Although it won't be too difficult to capture her even with the protection of the army, it will be hard to avoid a fight with those bandits. I'm already tired of gang fights, not to mention this kind of random gang fight. It's so annoying. Besides, Qi Guanyan, that pretentious B***tch, is unwilling to do anything. If I directly capture his wife, I'm afraid he'll be a B***tch again. I have to let him see the danger of the enemy at the gate and the vicious heart of a woman. Only then will he know what it means to have his eyebrows on fire." Sun Lang snorted disdainfully. "I think his brain has been blown silly by the spring breeze of reform." Zhao Feihuang smiled. "All right, go write the letter," Sun Lang said. Then he suddenly thought of a small matter. "By the way, has the letter been delivered? Is it a letter addressed to the old housekeeper of the great general's residence, Qi Chong?" Zhao Feihuang replied, "The person who was sent to deliver the letter has returned." He said that the old housekeeper was very polite to him and did not make things difficult or interrogate him. He also asked him to come back and report that he was indebted to Chi Chong. He already knows and will definitely comply. She blinked. What's wrong? Sun Lang nodded. It's fine as long as it's delivered. That old man has some brains and seems to have guessed that Madame Wang has betrayed him. If he hears the news and wants to do something, I'm afraid he'll be killed. I think he's very close to Qi Guanyin. If he dies because of this, Qi Guanyin will definitely hold a grudge. So, I might as well do him a favor at little cost so that Qi Guanyin will also be grateful to me. A smile appeared on his face, as if he was thinking of the conversation he had with Qi Guanyin the day before. There was no sense of accomplishment in scheming against a mere Wang family, but it was very interesting to press on step by step and throw a major general of a province into a state of confusion. Given that Master Sun would soon roar in the Golden Palace and dominate the capital, it was also a good thing to use the great general of Mingzhou as a rehearsal. So, after writing the letter, I asked Qi Guanyin to add a secret code that only he and Uncle Chong could understand so that I can win his trust. The reason why I didn't let Qi Guanyin write the letter himself was that I was afraid that he would leave a hint and ruin my plan. Sun Lang smiled and said, "In this way, that old man should believe it. Now he has probably arranged an excuse to get away and then ran away. Send the person who delivered the letter to Qi Guanyin so that the great general can rest assured. Now that the letter has been delivered, unless that old man wants to die, his life is definitely safe." At night, after going through so many incidents, the Huqing garrison had already reached the point where they were flustered and exasperated. Huge cases happened one after another right under their noses. This was practically the most insane provocation to the soldiers of the empire. Even without the scolding and punishment from their superiors, this group of soldiers was already fuming in their hearts. However, even though the intensity of the patrols had increased by several times compared to usual, and the soldiers were also holding back their energy, they couldn't wait for the thieves to jump out so that they could immediately raise their swords and chop them into minced meat. But it was still useless. In the darkness, Madame Wang and the Seraph King appeared in a residential building. I've been in charge of the general's residence for many years. It is even safe to say that I am the real master of this city. I know multiple secret tunnels that even Qi Guanyin doesn't know about, Madame Wang said casually. Wang Shi said leisurely, "What surprised me was that you were able to squeeze in despite being so big. The blazing angel battle armor is ever-changing. Your secret passage isn't that narrow." After a soft hum, the seraph armor returned to the magnificent human form. "Cut the crap. Go and find the seal of the great general." By the way, complicated feelings were beaming out of Madame Wang's eyes in the darkness. "By the way, kill him." Chapter 483. It was another night, a good time to commit murder and arson. Wang Shi had already changed into a capable and experienced outfit. She held 2 short swords, loaded a sleeve arrow, and hid a water-parting brow thorn. Fully armed, she led the blazing angel and quietly moved forward in the night. Because of the major events that had happened in the past few days, Huqing had implemented the strictest curfew. The soldiers patrolling the city had increased greatly. Just at night, there were no pedestrians on the street. Under such circumstances, the difficulty of sneaking in had increased exponentially. If Wang Shi was not a local snake among local snakes, it would have been difficult for her to move forward. But even so, it was not easy to bring Blazing Angel with such a large target through the patrolling soldiers of the city. Fortunately, Blazing Angel was equipped with the most advanced war technology of the Lihua Kingdom. Its ability to detect the enemy was not inferior to the spiritual sense of a peerless expert. It could often discover the patrolling soldiers in advance and avoid them in advance. Finally, it entered another tunnel entrance without any danger. Changing form and entering the tunnel again, Blazing Angel did not forget to complain. Why is it so troublesome? Can't you just build a tunnel that leads directly to the general's residence? Wang Shi lit a torch and led the way in front. Hearing this, she mocked. Build all the tunnels so that they are connected in all directions, and then be discovered and uprooted in the end? Blazing Angel was reprimanded and snorted resentfully. The two of them fell silent again and continued to move forward in the long and narrow tunnel. After about a quarter of an hour, Wang Shi said, "Get ready, we're almost there." Blazing Angel asked, "Where?" Wang Shi was silent for a moment, then said faintly, "Qi Guanyan's study, where the seal is hidden." Blazing Angel was slightly surprised at first, then said, "Got it." Wang Ying whispered, "You remember the arrangements I told you before, right?" Blazing Angel replied, "Yes." The woman laughed bitterly. Her smile was full of bitterness and mockery. It was unknown what she was sighing about. Blazing Angel seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. Perhaps because there was hope for victory, this killing machine became more patient and comforted her. "Don't worry, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come." "I hope so," Wang Shi said. "Be careful. Stay here and keep watch." After turning a corner, they reached the end of the road. Wang Shi walked forward and placed her hand on the second-to-last candlestick on her left. She turned on the hidden mechanism. The stone slab moved away silently, revealing a dark exit. Wang Shi gestured for Seraph to stay down there for the time being. Then, she walked out step by step vigilantly with her daggers in hand. What entered his eyes was the study where Qi Guanyan usually worked and dealt with military affairs. However, the general who used to burn the midnight oil in this room was no longer there. It was quiet and deserted, and there was no light. It was dark all around. Like a cat, Wang Shi walked out of the room without a sound. It was dark all around. Even with her eyesight, she couldn't see everything clearly. But even so, she felt like she was taking a stroll in the dark. Because everything around her was so familiar to her. Even if she closed her eyes and walked around, she wouldn't bump into anything. Because in the past, for thousands of days and nights, she had been here, lighting the candles, serving ginseng tea, and fanning her husband's side profile under the candlelight, looking even more heroic. He was a hero, with his family and country in his heart, but she was his wife, with only one person in her heart. How many times did they hold hands and look at each other? How many times did they look back at each other? How many times did they smile? All of this could no longer be reversed. She walked silently in the dark, thinking of the past. She sighed in her heart, as if it was a lifetime ago. For a moment she seemed to be obsessed and fell into her memories. Suddenly, in the dark, a soft sigh sounded. "Madam has indeed come back." When this sound fell into Wang Shi's ears, it was as if thunder had exploded. It made her suddenly wake up from her beautiful dream and put on a defensive posture. Then, in the dark, she lit the candle by her hand. The candlelight lit up the study and the face of the old man sitting by the candlelight. It was the loyal housekeeper who had served the Qi family for 2 generations, Uncle Chong, who was regarded as an elder by the general. The old housekeeper was old and had profound internal energy. He was better than Wang Shi. He waited in the dark, calm and focused. With the support of his strong internal energy, he breathed in and out very softly. In addition, Wang Shi was revisiting the old place and was filled with emotions. She didn't notice that Uncle Chong was beside her. Now that Uncle Chong took the initiative to speak, Wang Shi was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. She held 2 short swords and stood as if she was facing a great enemy. She looked at the old housekeeper with a complicated expression and sighed. "You still call me madam? I'm old and nostalgic." Uncle Chong sighed. "I can't change the way I address you." Wang Shi smiled bitterly and shook her head. "It's the middle of the night. Uncle Chong is old, so why aren't you sleeping early? Why are you waiting in this cold and cheerless study and giving me a fright?" Uncle Chong looked at the woman in front of him and said calmly, because this old servant calculated that Madame would most likely come back. I didn't dare to delay, so I waited here. However, what surprised this old servant was that Madame didn't descend from the sky but came out of the ground. When did a tunnel appear under the general's study? It's really strange. Wang Shi didn't answer this question. Instead, she sighed. That's right. I came back to take the general's seal. Uncle Chong, did you hide it in advance? Madame is honest. Uncle Chong said calmly. As for the general's seal, this old servant is just a servant. Without the general's order, how could I dare to move it? However, Madame, this old servant doesn't understand what happened in the past 2 days. These 2 days, the general's subordinates came to visit and said that the general was detained by Mingzhou. Then, they forged letters and spread false information. Madam, what do you think? Wang Shi said coldly. When Xuanjia entered Mingzhou, the prefecture magistrate of Mingzhou was badly battered. Qi Guanyin didn't help him. It's normal that Lu Shouyan hated him. Because of Hu Shouxin, the northern faction and Tensei province broke off completely. The two sides were at loggerheads. Qi Guanyin was a fierce general of Tensei province, so Hu Shouxin had to be the first to draw him to his side. Qi Guanyin was stubborn and wouldn't allow it. The two sides couldn't come to an agreement and fought. He was outnumbered, so it's not strange that he was detained. It's reasonable. Thank you for your explanation. Uncle Chong sighed and asked, Madam, what is your purpose in coming here this time for the great general's seal? Wang Shi said blankly, Qi Guanyin and I were once husband and wife. How could I not save him when he was detained by a traitor? Naturally, I used the general's seal and your name to call for the other generals to surround Mingzhou and force Hu Shouxin and Lu Shouyan to hand him over. That's all. The old steward sighed. So you want Mingzhou to fall into chaos. He looked at the person in front of him, and a hint of pain flashed through his eyes. Madam, the relationship between husband and wife was cultivated in a previous life. It's faded in this life. This old servant has served the Qi family for decades and watched you cross the brazier with my own eyes and be carried into the Qi family by the general. You've been in the same boat through thick and thin for more than 10 years. Are these years of friendship nothing? Wang Shi was silent for a moment and said calmly, all of this was fated a long time ago. I had no other choice. It had to be like this. There was no other way. Uncle Chong said slowly, but your husband will be sad for the rest of his life. Wang Shi smiled sadly. There's no way to get the best of both worlds. If you gain something, you lose something. In this life, he was weak when he needed to be tough and stubborn when he needed to give in. It's not surprising that he ended up like this. What can I do? The old steward sighed, Sin. Madam, are you stubborn and unwilling to turn back? Wang Shi laughed and said, stubborn and obstinate? I was originally from Tensei province. Back then, I was ordered to bring Qi Guanyin under my command in Tensei province. Now, Qi Guanyin is wavering and has gradually become disloyal. He's not willing to work wholeheartedly. What's so strange about me being ordered to get rid of him? Empress has great power and can overturn the court. What can I do? She can make Qi Guanyin lose his position with just a move of her hand. Can he stop her? My brother is now in the hands of others. His life is in the hands of others. Who can help me? Her voice became louder and louder. There was even a hint of madness in it. I'm just a pawn. A pitiful pawn who can't do anything. You said that I don't care about our relationship as husband and wife. Do you know that Qi Guanyin stabbed me with his halberd that night? How heroic and how domineering. Our relationship as husband and wife for more than 10 years was nothing more than that. Only then did I know that he had always hated me. He had always hated me and wanted me to die. The old steward was shocked. How could this be? How could it not be? Wang Shi chuckled. I saw it clearly. We've been husband and wife for more than 10 years. I know very well. Since he's so cruel, I'll hurt him even more. I'll make him regret it for the rest of his life. I'll make him remember me for the rest of his life. Yes, I'll start with you. I'll start with you. After she finished speaking, she roared and waved her 2 swords to kill Uncle Chong. Uncle Chong's martial arts were far superior to Wang Shi's. However, when he saw this woman rushing over like a shrew, he didn't know how to deal with her. Just as he hesitated, a sudden change occurred. His feet shook and the tiles on the floor exploded. A steel scorpion tail broke through the thick tiles and exploded behind Wang Shi. The sharp tail blade shone with a cruel light as it pierced toward Wang Shi's heart from the back. It seemed that it wanted to pierce the 2 of them together in one go. Uncle Chong's pupils shrank. Without hesitation, he reached out and pressed on Wang Shi's shoulder, pushing her to the side. The scorpion tail was coming at his chest. It was so fast that it was too late to dodge it. He shouted and the muscles on his hands bulged. His calloused hands were like iron palms. They closed in the middle and clamped down on the huge scorpion tail. The collision of flesh and steel caused the old butler's bones to creak. At the same time, the scorpion tail also made the sound of metal clashing. The 2 enormous forces fought against each other. Drops of blood dripped to the ground. It turned out that the thorns on the scorpion tail were slowly piercing through his copper skin, iron bones, and protective aura. The old butler exhaled and increased the strength of his arms. Just as he was about to counterattack, he suddenly realized that the tail blade of the scorpion tail had suddenly bloomed like a lotus flower, revealing a ball of light shining with red light. The divine sense of a martial artist indicated that danger was approaching. The old butler roared and dodged to the left. However, the light was faster. A thin but blazing ray of light shot out from the tail blade and brushed past his cheek. The smell of burning flesh spread out. At the same time, Wang Shi's figure quietly appeared behind Uncle Chong. Her 2 short swords pierced horizontally. With a soft sound, the tips of the 2 swords pierced through the old man's chest. The timing was flawless. Uncle Chong roared in pain. He punched the tail blade upward and used his left elbow to block, pushing Wang Shi back. The right side of his face was already unrecognizable, revealing charred bones. Blood flowed from his chest, and his vitality was greatly damaged. The flesh on his face evaporated and the pain seeped into his bones. However, his counterattack was still majestic and unstoppable. But all of this was meaningless. His enemy was not some metal scorpion, but the most lethal killing weapon of the kingdom of Lifire. The blazing angel's figure flashed out from the entrance of the tunnel. She seemed much slimmer because a part of her armor had been reconstructed into that terrifying scorpion tail. She pulled out her saber and charged at Uncle Chong. Clearly, she wanted to get back at him for what happened several days ago. The scorpion tail and she attacked separately and together, nailing the old man to the ground. "You're nothing special either." The blazing angel sneered and pushed open the door. Then, she soared into the sky and crashed through the roof, creating the scene of a steel giant descending from the sky to kill. The loud noise finally woke up the general's mansion. Everyone began to rush over in exasperation. The 2 swords fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. Wang Shi looked at the old man on the ground. Her face was filled with shock and sadness. Big drops of tears flowed out. She cried, "Uncle Chong! Uncle Chong!" She pounced on the old man on the ground and grabbed his hand. She cried, panicked and sorrowful. She called his name and shouted, "Someone come quickly! Someone come quickly!" The blazing angel looked at her and was silent for a moment. She was speechless. "You woman!" Wang Shi immediately stopped talking. Her face was still filled with tears. She looked up at the blazing angel and said indifferently, "It's about time for you to leave. Remember the way to contact me. Protect me secretly and take good care of my younger brother." "I know." Hearing the sound of footsteps approaching, the blazing angel roared, "Old man, you have some skills. Today I'll spare your lives." Then, it broke through the roof again, and went far away in the roar of everyone and the sound of spears and crossbows piercing through the air. In the room, Wang Shi, who was crying, looked at the dying Uncle Chong. She wiped the tears on her face and smiled like 100 flowers blooming. She smiled sweetly. "Uncle Chong, what do you think of my ability to deceive people?" Uncle Chong looked at her. He seemed to want to say something, but the blood in his mouth kept gushing out. In the end, he couldn't say anything. Only his pair of eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life seemed to say 1,000 words. Wang Shi closed her eyes. Her smile turned into sadness. She cried loudly. She indeed had the right to be proud. Because her acting was so real. She could deceive everyone in the world. No matter who it was, they could hear her unforgettable sadness from her crying. Chapter 484. When the people of the general's estate heard the commotion and hurried over, they only saw the shattered study, the messy scene, the old steward who had already stopped breathing, and the weeping madam who was stroking the corpse. Although they were also grief-stricken and shocked by the old steward's passing, the fact that the madam who had been missing for several days was safe and sound truly roused everyone's spirits, as if they had found their backbone. They incessantly cursed the thief who had killed the old steward, and they all began to ask about what had happened to the madam and whether or not she had been injured. The scene was a complete mess. Wang Shi used her sleeve to viciously wipe away her tears, her eyes red from crying. She raised her hand, and the surrounding people immediately shut their mouths, and the noisy scene quickly quieted down. The woman stood up, her voice somewhat hoarse. "Everyone, the general's estate has been struck with chaos again and again, and has reached a critical moment of life and death. We are all members of the general's estate, and this is my home, as well as your home. At this critical moment, I ask that everyone, for the sake of my husband's benevolence, work together to protect the Qi estate, to protect the great general, and to not let the scoundrels take advantage of the situation." She had been in charge of all the internal and external affairs of the general's estate for the past few years, and she had a deep prestige in the hearts of all the people in the estate. She was completely qualified to give orders, and no one disobeyed her. Even if there were people who did not understand why the madam who had been missing for many days had suddenly returned, or how she had come to the study, at this critical moment, they did not have the chance to speak. Now that the great general was not present, and Uncle Chong was dead, there was no one in the general's estate who had the right to question Wang Shi. Seeing that no one had any objections, Wang Shi continued, "This matter involves too many things, and the consequences are difficult to predict. With just me and the people of the general's estate, it is truly difficult to accomplish. We must borrow the remaining prestige of the great general and obtain the assistance of the generals and officials of Mingzhou in order to avert this calamity. First, we must invite the generals of the inner-city army camp, explain the situation to them, and obtain their assistance." After a brief explanation, she began to issue orders. He ordered the general's mansion to implement a curfew. All the maids and servants were to return to their rooms to sleep and were not allowed to go out. All the guards, servants, and consecrators were to be fully armed. They lit huge bonfires all over the general's mansion, took out heavy crossbows, hard bows, and even guns and cannons, and patrolled back and forth to guard against the enemy's tracks. He ordered the personal guards of the general's manor to get on their horses and head to the inner city's army camp, the outer city's Hubo stockade, the Hongqing Army's yamen, and other important military locations. He sent an urgent message, inviting the generals of Hongqing to the general's manor, saying that the madam had a major military matter to report and must invite all the generals over. He ordered the steward to prepare the coffin and called for the coroner to collect Count Chang's body. There was no need to bury him immediately. The coffin was placed in an ice cellar to prevent it from rotting. They had to wait for the great general to come and see Count Chong one last time. Wang Shi's eyes were red, as if she was suppressing her grief. However, when she gave out orders, her thoughts were clear, and she took care of everything. She was still the astute and capable heroine in everyone's hearts. The general's manor had experienced one incident after another. The madam and the great general had gone missing one after the other. It was all thanks to the highly respected Count Chong that the people's hearts had been stabilized. Now that Count Chong had been killed by a traitor, to the others, it was no different from a pillar of support suddenly collapsing. Just as they were panicking and did not know what to do, the madam stood out resolutely. To these people who were used to being led, she was undoubtedly an even stronger pillar of support. Therefore, they did not think, because they never had to think. They only needed to passively carry out the madam's orders that sounded very reasonable. Therefore, while they sighed in admiration of the madam's methods, boldness and calmness, they carried out the tasks that were sent down with all their might. Today, the general's manor was as united as it was in the past. Swords and spears were taken out of the storehouse. Flames soared into the sky. The gates were wide open, and messengers came out. Today, Huqing was still sleepless. Many people were startled awake from their sleep. Many people who had not yet slept and were tossing and turning in bed were energized. The sound of iron hooves could be heard on the streets where the curfew was enforced. The high-ranking generals who stayed in Huqing led their personal guards and rode their horses through the main streets, gathering at the great general's manor at the highest point of Huqing. The main gate of the great general's manor was wide open. 4 lanterns were hung, and there were braziers below. The flames shone brightly, making it as bright as day. The generals stationed in Huqing continued to arrive. Chen Deshang, Qi Guanyan's trusted subordinate, was the main commander of the Changliang cavalry, the number 1 elite cavalry in Ming province. He had also received a message. On the way to the great general's manor, he met his comrade Wu Weizhong. They were both direct subordinates of the great general. Usually, they were stationed in Huqing and were the great general's lackeys. The two of them dismounted in front of the gate and handed the reins to the personal guards beside them. Looking at the blazing flames and the strict guards in front of the gate, they looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Currently, there were many rumors in the army that the great general was under house arrest in Ming province. Tonight, the madam's sudden summons made them feel that something big was about to happen. Chen Deshang and Wu Weizhong were both direct subordinates of Qi Guanyan. In the past, they had fought side by side and were comrades who had rolled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They could understand each other's meaning with just one look. They gripped the hilts of their swords at the same time and left half of their personal guards outside. Then, under the guidance of a steward of the great general's manor, they proudly crossed the high gate of the great general's manor and entered the manor. Chen Deshang was Qi Guanyan's favorite general. He was often called to the great general's manor as a guest, so he was familiar with the layout of the manor. As he observed his surroundings, he calculated where he should break out of the encirclement and where he should meet up with his reinforcements if the worst happened. Just as he was calculating, he heard the voice of the steward in front of him. "Generals, we're here." Chen Deshang was startled awake. He raised his head and was surprised to find that he was already in front of the great general's study. This courtyard was where the great general worked, and it was also where he met with his subordinates and guests. Now, there were many people standing in front of the study. They were all military officials in armor, and they were all respected generals in Huqing and even the entire Ming province. Everyone was familiar with each other. Tonight was not a banquet, so there was no need to formally greet each other. Everyone simply cupped their hands and greeted each other. Chen Deshang looked around and saw someone waving at him. He smiled slightly and walked with Wu Weizhong toward those people. The Front Army Major Wang Rulong, the Army Colonel Lu Nan, and the others, they were all direct subordinates of the great general and were naturally close to each other. They gathered together and discussed in low voices. Everyone was confused. They only knew that something had happened at the great general's manor, but they didn't know why the great general had called them over. They talked for a while but couldn't come to a conclusion. During this time, more people arrived one after another. Chen Desheng roughly looked around and saw that almost all of the respected officials in Huqing had arrived. At this moment, the door of the study was gently pushed open. The wife of General Qi, who was privately mocked as the Tiger of Huqing, Wang Shi, walked out. Her face was haggard and her eyes were red. It seemed that she had just cried. After she walked out, she gracefully bowed. "Greetings, uncles." In front of the great general's wife, no one dared to be arrogant. Everyone hurriedly returned the greeting and cupped their hands. "Greetings, madam." Wang Shi bit her lip and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground. "Uncles, please save my husband for the sake of being an official in the same court." Everyone was instantly in an uproar. In the past 2 days, most of them had received letters from the so-called great general. The smart people muttered in their hearts and felt that something was wrong. The stupid people also felt that something was wrong after hearing the smart people's explanation. In addition, there was news that the smart people in the other military manors had discovered that something was wrong and sent their personal guards to Mingzhou to visit the great general. In the end, they were chased out before they could even meet him. Everyone felt more and more that something was wrong. There were even rumors that the great general might have been put under house arrest. However, it had only been a short time and there was no further news. The worry and irritation in everyone's hearts had not yet fermented into anger. Therefore, for a while, although they muttered in their hearts, no one did anything big. After all, it was one thing to look down on civil officials, but it was another thing to directly lead troops to attack the great general. Who would have thought that Madame would directly shout this out today? It really caught everyone off guard. They looked at each other and were very dissatisfied. Which bastard had leaked the news and let Madame hear about it? Now, this old woman didn't understand the affairs of the country and believed whatever she heard. Today, she called us over to lead troops to save her husband. Leading troops to attack the capital of a province was not a joke. It was almost the same as rebelling. If the great general was really put under house arrest, then it would be fine. However, if he wasn't, then we were done for. While they were still in a daze, they saw Madame kneeling on the ground. Men and women should not touch each other. Furthermore, she was the great general's wife. It was really awkward for anyone to help her up. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. Chen Desheng suddenly felt pain in his buttock. He felt someone kick him in the buttocks and he couldn't help but fall forward. Wang Rulong's voice condensed into a thread and drilled into his ear. "You are the great general's trusted aide and are familiar with Madame. Quickly comfort her and tell her not to worry." F***CK. Why is it me? Chen Desheng's fall attracted everyone's attention. He looked at the generals around him. Everyone nodded at him in unison. Their eyes were full of expectation and affirmation. He turned back to look at Madame. Madame was still kneeling on the ground. Her head was pressed against the stone floor as she bowed. He couldn't see her face clearly and didn't know what she was thinking. F***CK, a bunch of bastards. Chen Desheng cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Madam, please get up. There's no need to be so formal. We are deeply indebted to the great general. If the general is in trouble, we will definitely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." Madame Wang raised her head in surprise. "Really?" Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, the gazes of the generals on Chen Desheng's back became 3 times sharper. General Chen believed that if these gazes could be translated into words, it would be F***CK your mother. Reality proved that even a fierce general like General Chen could not resist the sharp gazes of these 20 to 30 officers. That murderous aura was too F***king frightening. His body trembled and he stammered, However, the so-called great general being under house arrest and so on is only a groundless rumor. We cannot act rashly. We must properly investigate, otherwise, General's words are wrong. This is not a rumor. Husband is under house arrest in the Marquis of Jing'an's Fu by the governor of Mingzhou, Lu Shouyan, and the old general of Tianyuan, Hu Shouxin, and others. It is only because my husband is unyielding and unwilling to cooperate with the northern faction. Madame Wang mournfully said, the various changes in the general's Fu, from this concubine being kidnapped by traitors to Uncle Chong losing his life to save me, were all part of their schemes. Just now, they even stole the great general's seal. The crowd once again became noisy. Chen Deshang's eyes widened in shock. Madame's words are true? Madame Wang sobbed. This concubine has personally experienced it, so how could it be false? Generals, my husband is under house arrest. He is a dignified general of a province, yet he has been privately set up in a torture chamber. I don't know what kind of torture he is currently undergoing. When this concubine thought of this, my insides almost burned. I wish that I could grow a pair of wings and fly to my husband's side, sharing life and death with him. It's just that this concubine is a woman, so even if my body and bones were crushed, it would be of no help. I only ask that all the uncles save him on account of our relationship as comrades. Everyone looked at each other. Chen Deshang thought to himself, if what Madame said is true, then even if we have to risk our lives, we must save the great general. But directly attacking with troops is too reckless. Even if we can save the great general, we probably won't be able to get past the imperial court. What the f***ck should we do? Moreover, Hu Shouxin and Lu Shouyan are not lunatic. How would they dare to easily detain the great general? I don't know where Madame Wang got the news from. He turned to look at Wang Rulong and the others. Everyone looked hesitant and doubtful. It seemed that they were not in favor of forcefully attacking Mingzhou. However, before they could discuss it, Madame Wang said, I already have a plan on how to save my husband. I only ask for the uncles to dispatch troops and horses to take responsibility. I don't want you to attack the city and kill innocent people. Otherwise, even if you can save my husband, he won't spare me. Chen Deshang was startled and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, at least Madame Wang didn't lose her mind because of her concern. Since she knows that attacking the city won't work, it couldn't be better. As for what brilliant plan she has, let's hear it. Almost everyone else had the same thought. They shouted in confusion, please tell us, Madame Wang. Madame Wang forced a smile. She seemed to know that this was not the time to be polite. She said directly, this time, we only need to ensure that my husband is safe and sound, and it will be a great victory. Other than that, we don't need to cause any trouble. Therefore, our goal is very clear, and that is to see my husband safe and sound. That's all. Everyone agreed in unison. The so-called order from the general came from the Marquis of Jing'an's residence in Mingzhou. The current situation in Mingzhou is that the governor, Lu Shouyan, is colluding with the northern faction, Tianyuan Wushuan. The northern faction wants to rope in my husband because they want to use Mingzhou's power to strengthen their influence and fight against Tensei province. We don't dare to make a big deal out of it, and they don't dare to either. Putting my husband under house arrest is just a risky move. As long as we don't give in, they will definitely panic. Therefore, we only need to make a gesture to force them to come out and negotiate. Madame Wang looked around and declared loudly, therefore, I would like to invite all the generals of the army in Mingzhou to lead your troops to Mingzhou City and pretend to attack the city. Then, I would like to trouble all the generals to invite all the civil and military officials and noble families in Mingzhou here. Let's summon Lu Shouyan and Hu Shouxin in front of Mingzhou City and ask them to explain everything clearly while the people from all walks of life in Mingzhou are watching and arbitrating. Chapter 485. Marquis Jinggan Fu. Discussion Hall. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Hu Shouxin, Lu Shouyan, Long Wanda, Courier, Zhang Yinluo, Zhao Feihuang, the main members were all present. Everyone looked at each other and did not say anything. Lu Shouyan and Hu Shouxin both had worried expressions. Long Wanda looked left and right as if nothing had happened. His entire person exuded a sense of superiority that said, "Why did I, a flame guard from Lihua, come to Mingzhou?" Courier was currently playing with a bone knife that had a strong tribal aura. It was probably her tribe's weapon, the kind that had a special meaning. From time to time, she would let out a murderous laugh. Zhang Yinluo had a dumbfounded expression. She had come as the representative of the Zhangfu and as a foreigner from Lihua to listen in. She really did not know what had happened. But Miss Cow was Miss Cow. Even if she did not have a clue, she could still easily understand the atmosphere. Based on her understanding of Sun Lang, she was able to determine the general course of the matter. She looked at the people around her and then rolled her eyes at Sun Lang. "Did you cause some big trouble again?" Sun Lang snorted. "It was clearly my people's plan that achieved great success." Zhang Yinluo wanted to retort. Miss Zhao, who had a policy of whatever decision Sun Lang made, I will resolutely protect it. Whatever Sun Lang's instructions, I will unswervingly follow it, snorted. For some things it is very difficult to rely on your brain to understand. Now, shut your mouth and obediently be a flower vase. I will explain what has happened recently. Zhang Yinluo was about to explode when Zhao Feihuang started talking. She held a stack of letters and leisurely walked to the center. That confident aura and capable temperament made Sun Lang feel that it was time to impart some ideas and techniques to the clothing store under the Marquis Fu. For example, small suits, white shirts, one-step skirts, black stockings and high heels and so on. I feel that the smart and far-sighted Miss Zhao looks very cool in this outfit. Yep, Yinluo can wear it too, but she'll definitely burst open the buttons, so forget it. She can just wear it for me to see in the future. While Sun Lang was letting his imagination run wild, Miss Zhao said, "Something has been going on in the Bright Plains these days. Although it is obscure, we have enough evidence to show that an invisible force is crazily connecting with Huqing as the center. It seems that they are planning a great conspiracy." Among the group, Lu Shouyan was the latest to join the group. Although his political attainments and gambling habits from years of immersing himself in officialdom had caused this prefecture overseer's loyalty to be rather high, loyalty did not mean blindness. It was because this level of loyalty was not built on some kind of fanaticism or trust. Simply put, his confidence in Sun Lang basically came from this person's illustrious reputation and legendary past, and he lacked a direct understanding of this former Grand Marshal's ability. Therefore, he was the most worried about the current situation. The current situation is a bit passive, forgive me for being blunt, but putting Qi Guanyin under house arrest is not a good idea. Because of this, we are at a moral disadvantage. After all, he is a general of a province. If that group of bandits were to act up, it would be a mutiny. It would be really hard to control. Hu Shouxin also added, "I know. The initial plan was to beat them at their own game and spread the news to lure the Wang family into taking the bait. Now, it seems that they have taken the bait, but this fish is too big. Even if you, Sun Lang, are born with extraordinary strength, even if the fishing line is incomparably tough, even if we can still pull this big fish up, it is too big. It might even hurt the ship under our feet." As he spoke, he sighed and continued, "The Wang family is obviously up to no good. If she really instigates the army and acts irrationally, I'm afraid that she will hurt the innocent and implicate the people who have no power to resist. We are all soldiers. You know what happened to Ying Shao. An individual can always be unreasonably coerced by the collective will. It can even happen without any warning. When the army is gathered, it will be too easy for her to do something. Old Hu looked at Sun Lang and said calmly, "The common people might be affected. You have to be careful." Sun Lang took the letter from Miss Zhao and flipped through it. A strange expression appeared on his face. He muttered, "To be honest, I didn't expect the Wang family to play such a big game." From the invitation, she not only contacted Qi Guanyan's subordinates, but also relied on the connections she had built up over the years when she was in charge of the general's residence to communicate with the noble families and even the civil officials all over Mingzhou. "She is crying and acting pitiful," Lu Shoyan sighed and said, "That's right. I have received many letters in the past 2 days. My old subordinates, my students, and the heads of noble families that I have a close personal relationship with are all asking if General Qi is really under house arrest. This makes me feel very awkward and I don't know how to reply." He blinked and looked at Sun Lang anxiously. His heart was beating like a drum, and he even doubted whether Sun Lang's decision to put Qi Guanyan under house arrest was correct. However, with his current status and experience, it would be untactful of him to rashly question Sun Lang. Therefore, he signaled with his eyes to Hu Shouxin, "Hurry up and say something. After all, you are a veteran and have been through life and death with Sun Lang. Even if you pointed at his nose and scolded him, he wouldn't be angry." Old Hu was a straightforward person. He understood the governor's thoughts. He didn't dislike this kind of necessary consideration and haggling, so he said directly, "How did your conversation with Qi Guanyan go these past 2 days? The only thing we can do now is to quickly reach a consensus with Qi Guanyan and end all of this in advance." Sun Lang frowned and said, "Qi can't even be beaten 3 times with a stick. He's like an old monk meditating all day long. I don't know what he's thinking. Sometimes, he'll have a mysterious smile on his face. He looks very disgusting. When I talk to him and make him angry, he'll reply calmly without a trace of irritation. Motherf **Ker, I keep feeling that this guy is on the verge of enlightenment and death." Before Hu Shouxin and Lu Shoyan could express their opinions, the 3 girls present grasped the main point. Their voices rose an octave as they said in unison, "Qi." Sun Lang gave them a thumbs up. "I gave him a nickname when I made him angry. I took it from Qi in the heart. How about it, isn't it gay? The only fly in the ointment is that when he heard me call him that, he just smiled faintly." The girls were not amused by this matter. They looked at each other. Suddenly, Zhao Feihuang pointed at Zhang Yinluo and shouted, "It's all your fault." Zhang Yinluo was confused. "What did I do?" Miss Zhao said angrily. "Those typical bitches in the pugilistic world who wear the cloak of a holy fairy still know how to give some benefits to those young heroes when they're coaxing them. Men need to eat meat. You've been baiting him for so long, but you don't even give him soup. Great, now we don't have to play anymore." Zhang Yinluo's face flushed red. He peeked at Sun Lang and retorted loudly, "What does it have to do with me?" Sun Lang wanted to deny these women's delicate and sensitive conjectures. After all, in this day and age, people who were passionately in love would often think too much. For example, if their boyfriend only lost contact for a few days due to some urgent matter, they would toss and turn in bed and let their imagination run wild. Then, they would send a message to ask if they were going to break up or something. It was really hard to understand the brain circuits of these people who were out of touch. But when he saw Yinluo's embarrassed and nervous eyes, he suddenly had an idea. He immediately thought of a very, very naughty operation. For example, if I pretend to show some degree of homosexual tendencies, will it make Yinluo more anxious and even make bolder actions in order to save me or something? But he did not expect that Yinluo's understanding of him had quietly reached a very deep level. Just as he was about to do something, the girl pointed at him and shouted, "What bad things are you thinking of now?" The originally solemn and dignified atmosphere in the meeting hall suddenly had a bit of a painful sour smell. As people who had experienced it before, Hu Shouxin, who was good at singing a wife's song before giving birth, and Lu Shouyan, who was, I went to brothels to drink tea, surrounded concubines, and talked and laughed with famous prostitutes, but I knew I was a good boy, just a little old, were the typical representatives of honest people and dishonest people. Looking at all this, they did not show any expression of impatience. Hu Shouxin was happy to see this happen. Although he was a typical advocate of monogamy, considering Sun Lang's special situation, even he had to admit that the country owed this guy a lot of wives. Oh no, it owed him a lot of debts. If this debt could be repaid with a lot of wives, it would be too cheap. It was better to let Sun Lang be the king of pleasure than to let him be the sword saint that destroyed the country. So, flirt. When you don't know where you are, you probably won't have the strength to take revenge on the world. As for Lu Shouyan, his feelings were even more complicated. Some of it was nostalgia. He missed the romantic and elegant times of his youth. Some of it was envy. He was envious of the marshal's carefree and unrestrained attitude. And some of it was reverence. It was probably reverence that the marshal was really a man among men. He left leopard head Lin Daiyu and the reincarnated ghost hero Xue Baochai in the Jiao mansion for 2 years. He did not even care about his close female friends back then. Instead, he boldly ran to the northern border of the empire to hook up with new people. This domineering attitude of not caring about the old people and only listening to the new people's laughter was really unparalleled in the world. It was hard for the men of the empire to look up to him. Sun Lang suddenly looked unhappy. I keep feeling that someone is laughing at me in my heart. Lu Shouyan was shocked. Then, he heard someone say, "It's me." He turned his head and saw Long Wanda, who had been silent all this time, speaking with a Maoist accent in disdain. So annoying. What's so good about women? Before he finished speaking, the 3 girls turned their heads and said sternly, "Shut up." Long Wanda was shocked. He turned his head and muttered in Slaller, "Why are they exactly the same as those 2 fierce women?" Zhang Yinluo had studied in Russia before. Now, Slaller was much more sensitive to her than Huda Chinese. She asked doubtfully, "What fierce women?" Sun Lang suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Okay, now we're talking about serious matters. Yinluo, don't interrupt. If there's anything personal, we can talk about it in private. Yinluo spat. Who wants to talk about personal things with you? Those 2 fierce women and so on, he did not pay attention to them. Sun Lang breathed a sigh of relief, and then glanced gloomily at Long Wanda. The latter's soul had been branded with a strong shadow by Sun Lang's tyrannical abuse a few years ago. At this moment, he didn't even have the courage to take the opportunity to threaten Sun Lang. He just looked away as if nothing had happened. However, Zhao Feihuang was looking at this foreign man, deep in thought. Sun Lang quickly changed the topic. Where were we just now? Hu Shouxin came to the rescue. We're going to reach a consensus with Qi Guanyin. Sun Lang quickly nodded and then waved his hand. No, we can put the matter of Qi Guanyin aside. I'm more interested in the Wang family's motives. I just said that her actions were so big that even I did not expect it. Then, the question is, what does she want to do? He raised 2 fingers. The army of the entire Mingzhou, and even the noble families from all over the country, and even the civil service system. She made a big deal of this matter and everyone knows about it. Is she trying to pressure the public opinion? Everyone looked at each other. Sun Lang shook his head. It doesn't make sense. Others don't know, but doesn't she know the inside story and the situation? As long as we reach a consensus with Qi Guanyin, the advantage she painstakingly created will immediately become a disadvantage. It will become a cage that imprisons her and a weapon to kill her. As long as Qi Guanyin shows up and explains the situation, all the disadvantageous factors will be reversed and become our strength. It's impossible that the Wang family didn't think of this, but she still did it. Sun Lang's expression became a little solemn. This doesn't make sense. There must be a great conspiracy behind it. This is what I'm really concerned about. I want to know why the Wang family knows that this matter is very risky, but she still dares to make it bigger and bigger. She must have something to rely on. In other words, she has the confidence and bargaining chips to win. Even if Qi Guanyin shows up and reveals everything, it won't affect her from achieving her goal. Sun Lang looked at everyone and repeated, "So, what does she want? What does she rely on? What plan does she have? Unknown foreign aid? An even crueler conspiracy? A new order from Tensei Province? Empress finally came up with a more effective action plan?" No one knew. Courier maintained a murderous sneer. She said calmly, "In fact, the saber-toothed tiger doesn't need to know how many nests the ice fox has or what the escape plan is. It only needs to find its prey, and then rush up with a speed and strength that the prey can't resist, biting its neck." This woman, who was born in the Icefield tribe in the north of the Lihua kingdom, made a concise and comprehensive suggestion. "So, we don't need to know the Wang family's motive. We only need to crush her with a force that she can't resist, so that she can't resist, escape, and respond. That's enough." Chapter 486. Courier's words were full of murderous intent and powerful. It sounded reasonable too. Something like F2A when faced with a problem, Zhang Yinluo snorted. "That's a suggestion that only a violent old woman like you could come up with. This is a battle. Strategies and strategies are needed." Courier retorted sarcastically, "What do you know? This is military strategy." Zhang Yinluo rolled his eyes and said, "I don't hear any strategy or wisdom in your suggestion. It seems like from the beginning to the end, you've been talking about using force to flatten the enemy." Courier shrugged. "Oh, then what's your so-called wisdom?" Zhang Yinluo waved his arms and said excitedly, "Of course it's to defeat the strong as the weak. Of course it's to turn the tables in a desperate situation. Of course it's to destroy the strong enemy while talking and laughing." "You've been reading too many books." Sun Lang smiled and said, "The so-called art of war is to use one's strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. It's to bully the weak, to fight with numbers, to bully the weak, and to fight with a mob in an upright manner. All military strategies are based on playing to one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses to form an advantage. There's no such thing as defeating the strong as the weak. Think about it, if you're really so weak that you have nothing going for you, how can you win against the enemy?" Zhang Yinluo was tongue-tied. Sun Lang said with a smile, "For example, in the current situation, if we confront the enemy head-on, the Wang consortium will definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Is she going to admit defeat? No, she wants to win, so she's racking her brains to avoid a head-on confrontation. Instead, she's using the advantage of her identity and information asymmetry to coax all the official forces in Mingzhou to serve her and be ordered around by her. This process is called playing to one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses. It's called military strategy. And if she wins, it won't be called defeating the strong as the weak. There's no such thing as defeating the strong as the weak in this world. There's only bullying the weak, because she still has an advantage in a certain aspect. Let's talk about us." Sun Lang was still smiling as he explained, "Our greatest advantage over the Wang consortium is that we have a direct force that they can't resist. So, what we have to do is to make full use of this greatest advantage, and even directly crush them. This is the most correct military strategy, not to throw away our greatest advantage and compete with the enemy in terms of intelligence and strategy. After all, I was once a marshal. How can I be so naive?" After saying that, he spread out his hands. "Otherwise, what do you think war is? It's not the elegance and style of strategizing from thousands of miles away. Instead, it's the ability to grasp all kinds of uncertain factors, gather all advantages, big and small, and add a little bit of luck. This is what it means to be a famous general in the world. Zhang Yinluo didn't know what to say for a while. He turned his head to the side angrily. You're the only one who can talk, Courier said coldly. Idiot, he's teaching you. You really don't know what's good for you. If you could understand some of what he said just now, your naivety, childishness, fantasy, and impracticality would be half cured. Sun Lang waved his hand and smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. She can do whatever she wants. My advantage of being able to win as long as I flatten them is her capital for being naive, childishness, fantasy, and impracticality. Yinluo, if you don't understand now, there's no need to be anxious. You just need to grow at your own pace. Everyone looked at him in unison. Some were gentle, some were hostile, some were indifferent, and some were encouraging. For a moment, Yinluo had mixed feelings. She glared at Sun Lang and stammered, You! Don't say such strange things in front of everyone. Even if you don't want your face, I still want mine. Actually, it's from the bottom of my heart, and it's not limited to you. Sun Lang looked at the people in the room. Young Lady Zhao, Courier, Hu Shouxin, Lu Zhou, and Long Wanda. He smiled faintly. In my life, I know what it's like to be bound by the world. The environment, the atmosphere of society, the guidance of public opinion, and the mentality of following the crowd. There will always be forces you can't resist that will turn you into the person you used to hate the most. Therefore, beliefs are obliterated, courage is eliminated, and justice is hidden. Therefore, one has to submit to reality and bow to things one doesn't approve of. A person's strength is too shallow to change anything. Compared to beliefs in justice, there will always be things you cherish more that force you to make concessions. Sun Lang was silent for a moment. Then, he looked up and said with a smile, I used to be like this as well. Now I have the power to say no to everything. However, there are many people in this world who don't have such power. For example, the strange doctor. He persisted and died. For example, Qin Hui. She compromised and was killed by me in the end. There's also Kong Zhongwu. He was very lucky. At the last moment, Chao Patao saved him. He looked at the people around him and said with a smile, I don't care about the others. To be honest, I haven't sorted out my own affairs. However, that doesn't stop me from wanting to become your strength, so that you can make choices according to your own belief. Those who have regrets can make up for them. Those who don't will never have any regrets. Zhang Yinluo's eyes gleamed. His cheeks were slightly red. He fiddled with the corners of his clothes and said in a low voice, You can sometimes say something serious. Young Lady Zhao smiled and said, It's great that Sun Lang has something he wants to do. If you like it, go ahead and do it. We'll become your strength as well. Courier's eyes shone brightly. There's no doubt that you're shining with the light of a ruler. I wasn't mistaken. Come. Let's take Li Fire and Hutu for ourselves. Hey, don't say such things in front of me. Long Wanda retorted loudly. However, when he looked at Sun Lang, there was an inexplicable emotion in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he snorted and said, It's been a few days since we met again after 2 years. Finally, I heard you say something sensible. Lu Shouyan was already past the age of being touched. He was more reserved and tactful. He cupped his fists and said, I'm willing to serve by your side. As expected of you. With just a few words, you've reminded me of your past glory. Hu Shouxin sighed and said, Back then. If he had thought of this back then, the incident on Great Desolate Mountain wouldn't have happened. Now that the saint has walked out of the temple, things should be much better than before. When Lu Zhou heard this, his expression stiffened slightly. Damn you, Hu Shouxin. Great Desolate Mountain? Great Desolate Mountain? How am I supposed to respond to that? Sun Lang smiled. Without the incident on Great Desolate Mountain, I wouldn't have understood some things as well. Old Hu, don't harbor any delusions. If we become a part of the people's strength, we'll have to stand against the others. Otherwise, whose cake do you think we're snatching? Whose order are we challenging? Who do you think we're declaring war on? He patted Old Hu's shoulder gently and said with a smile, "This rebellion has to be fought." Lu Zhou's expression turned even more bitter. F***ck, don't say it out loud. Don't say it out loud. How am I supposed to respond to that? It was just that he didn't know when, but he didn't feel the same fear and trepidation as before when he heard Sun Lang's rebellious words like rebellion that occasionally came out of his mouth. Hu Shouxin slapped Sun Lang's hand away. He rolled his eyes and said, "Cut the crap. Remember our agreement." Your impromptu speech was pretty good. It's a pity Qi Guanyin didn't hear it. Otherwise, Great General Qi might have been tempted. That's probably what's bothering him. Sun Lang suddenly came to a realization. He almost jumped up. F***ck. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. What a pity that Qi Guanyin didn't hear that speech. No, I can't let it go to waste. I want to repeat it in front of him. Just like how I repeated the Madam's hymn before she gave birth in front of Old Hu. Son of AB***tch. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Zhang Yinluo rested his chin on his hand as he looked at the chaotic crowd. So, weren't we discussing the Wang family's intentions and plans earlier? Weren't we going to run over them directly? Sun Lang turned around and raised a finger. He said with a smile, "Running over them also requires efficiency and methods. The most important thing is to weigh the pros and cons and recognize the current situation. Look at Chiang Kai-shek. Back then, he also thought that he could win as long as he used F2A. Wasn't he still beaten by the 16 words true combat formula?" Yinluo complained, "Why do I never understand the examples you give? It's right that you don't understand. If you do, I'll be shocked." Sun Lang waved his hand and said, "In general, the Wang family is too small a target. We can't lock onto her position for a while. Even if we run over them, we don't know where to go. It's easy to alert her. What's more, she'll beat us at our own game and make us confused. So, at this time, it's not good to take the initiative to attack. After all, since she thought of this, she'll definitely think that we'll use the decapitation tactic." Yinluo curled his lips and said, "What's the difference between that and being beaten? You don't understand the charm of the tower defense style at all." Sun Lang smiled. "This is called biding our time. After all, in the art of battle formations, we'll still be at a disadvantage if we react to every move as we see fit. We'll fall into the enemy's rhythm. We can't be led by the nose by the Wang family. In addition to ensuring an absolute advantage in force, we have to expand another advantage." After saying that, he walked towards the door. Yinluo shouted, "Where are you going?" Sun Lang turned around and winked at Yinluo. "To find Chi-Chi, of course." "Hey, I can't help it. I'll tease Yinluo like this for the time being. What if it works?" Miss Cow was startled by this wink and jumped up. I'll go too." After saying that, she hurriedly ran out after Sun Lang's figure. Miss Zhao looked at her back with a sense of superiority in intelligence and a little frustration. Zhao Feihuang, who was born beautiful, smart, elegant, noble, and considerate, was obviously much better than this cow spirit, but she was actually suppressed by her inexplicable natural physique. Courier also sighed. She can't really think that Sun Lang likes men, right? After being together for so long, doesn't she know how much Sun Lang likes breasts? Out of the corner of Miss Zhao's eyes, she glanced at the barbaric woman's chest, which was puffed up as if nothing had happened. The majestic size brought about by the racial advantage and natural beauty was obviously something that Miss Zhao, who was a normal young lady from an Eastern family, could not compare with. At this time, although Zhao Feihuang was smiling, she was gritting her teeth in her heart. This barbaric woman is doing it on purpose. She's obviously deliberately raising her breasts for me to see. Lu Shoyan and Hu Shouxin sat at the side. Although the prefecture overseer did not personally experience it and verify it, judging from the comments of the court officials in the past, Hu Shouxin should be very tight-lipped. Therefore, although there were some things that Lu Shoyan did not dare to mention to Sun Lang, he could ask old Hu in private. He looked at the people around him and condensed his voice into a thread with his inner power. He whispered, "General Hu?" About rebellion, Hu Shouxin already knew what Lu Shoyan wanted to ask. He smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter if it's a rebellion, overturning the court or challenging the imperial power. As long as Sun Lang fulfills his promise with me, I'll stand on the side of the people. They are the most important." Lu Shoyan frowned slightly. The people are the most important thing, and the country is the second most important thing. The saint only said it casually and used it when needed. How can you take it seriously? Hu Shouxin said indifferently, "I've read the history books as well, and I know about the past. Who under the heavens has suffered the most? It's the common people who work hard to earn a living. They have to pay taxes, be forced by the government, be oppressed by landlords, and be attacked by ruffians. When there's a famine or a disaster, they have to sell their children, and their entire families starve to death in ditches. Moreover, this is a time of peace and prosperity. When there's a change of dynasty or a rebellion that shakes the world, who will suffer the most? The common people are the first to bear the brunt of it. Whether it's a disaster, a prosperous time, or a turmoil, their lives are the most worthless regardless of whether the world rises or falls." He glanced at Lu Shoyan. Sun Lang knows about their suffering. In fact, Sun Lang knows the root of all this. Sun Lang has the ability to change all this. As long as he doesn't let the common people suffer, I'll follow him and seek justice for him. If he tells me directly that he wants to build a new dynasty where the common people can live a better life, as long as he promises me, as long as he agrees, I don't mind risking my life to rebel with him. Lu Shouxin did not expect the thick-browed and big-eyed Hu Shouxin to have such rebellious thoughts. He was so shocked that he was speechless. "Are you scared?" Hu Shouxin smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "There's something even scarier. A few years ago, during the war, Sun Lang was talking nonsense when he was drunk. This guy really dared to say anything. What communism, what great unification of the world, what exploitation, what revolution. And what King said actually made sense. Even I almost believed it." He flashed his shining teeth and a kind smile as he concluded, "So, don't be afraid. I think you'll be there soon." Meanwhile, Sun Lang skipped to the courtyard where Qi Guanyin was staying. The surroundings were heavily guarded, and Sun Lang had set up the Herring Immortal slaying formation when he was free. Even if Great General Qi could break through Sun Lang's confinement and escape, even if he was stained with the soup, Sun Lang would have a way to find him even if he fled to the ends of the earth. He waved his hand to signal the guards to make way and said loudly, "Qi, did you miss me?" Chapter 487. Sun Lang shouted twice, but no one answered. Yin Luo, who had caught up, exclaimed in shock, "He ran away?" The guard in charge of keeping watch immediately said, "Don't worry, Miss Zhang, eldest Miss has given strict orders that we must take good care of the Great General's safety. In the Great General's quarters, the windows are always open. We will keep watch every 15 minutes. If there are any strange movements, we will be the first to discover it." Sun Lang continued, "Moreover, there is the great immortal execution array that I personally set up. How can he run away?" Zhang Yinluo said disdainfully, "Humph, what great immortal execution array, that canned herring, it's actually just that. If you can endure the stench and disgust, it's actually nothing much. Don't think too highly of it." Sun Lang and that guard leader exchanged a meaningful glance, snorted twice and laughed proudly. You only know one thing and don't know the other. Look at what that is. Zhang Yinluo looked in the direction that Sun Lang was pointing and saw that there were some bulging bags hanging on the trees and even the roof beams around the courtyard. She faintly had a bad feeling. What is that? Sun Lang snorted twice and laughed, thinking of that Xiao Longnu. Before her martial arts were perfected, she had to rely on summoned beasts to fight in groups. When she encountered difficult opponents or many enemies, she would call a swarm of jade bees to stab people. Yinluo asked in astonishment, "These are bees?" Sun Lang and that guard leader exchanged a glance again and laughed. "Of course not, inside these are all kinds of flies, flying insects and the like that the good friends of the Marquis of Jing'an's manor caught overnight. This is the continuous technique of the great immortal execution array. After the herring immortal execution array, it is the 100-battle heavenly insect immortal execution array. If this Qi Guanyin dares to escape, as long as he is drenched in canned herring, and then he releases these summoned beasts." Zhang Yinluo suddenly shivered, feeling goosebumps all over her body. Sun Lang pulled her and continued to introduce. "Let me tell you more about the immortal trapping array." Miss Cow shrieked, "Shut up! I don't want to listen. Can't you act like an expert? You're always doing these things." Sun Lang laughed and said, "That's so boring. I'm always pulling a long face, fighting here and there, and acting tough whenever I meet people. I've already transcended that realm." He pointed inside and explained to the girl, "Think about it. Using Qi Guanyin as an example, we are both martial arts masters. If we were to fight for real, I would definitely beat him into a pulp. And then? What was the point? How boring. I've already passed the age where I feel a sense of accomplishment after defeating a strong enemy. Because I've won too many battles in my life, there aren't many victories that can make me happy. That's right, that's it, happy. The key is pleasure." Sun Lang spread out his hands and sighed. Compared to using martial arts to defeat Qi Guanyin, there is nothing more enjoyable than using a more enjoyable method to defeat him. Then, seeing him fly into a rage but not being able to kill me, these two pleasures added together is undoubtedly an even greater pleasure. Everyone, you're kidding." Zhang Yinluo stomped his feet and said, "For you to say such words, your mind is undoubtedly twisted beyond recognition." Sun Lang's face immediately changed. He reached out and hooked Yinluo's chin and said affectionately, "Actually, Yinluo, you know in your heart that in this world, only your breasts. Well, only you can bring me far more pleasure than throwing 1,000 cans of herring. How about it? In order to save the world from being poisoned by canned herring, do you want to sacrifice yourself to appease my twisted mind?" This guy's face changed too quickly, and his eyes were deep and his expression was on point. It really looked like something like this, so much so that Yinluo inadvertently believed it. The girl looked at Sun Lang's face that was close to hers, and her cheeks slowly turned red. Her heart also started to beat faster. She pursed her lips, and her pretty lips were pink and tender. Her eyes gradually became blurred, and she very powerlessly resisted. You want to, at this moment," a chuckle came from inside. "Distinguished guest, why don't you come in?" These words were like a bucket of snow water poured on Yinluo's head, immediately grabbing her out of this ambiguous and silly atmosphere. With a bang, her face became even redder. She pushed Sun Lang hard and screamed, "Lecture! If it weren't for me, the world would be poisoned by canned herring, then it would be poisoned." After that, she walked into the courtyard angrily. The guard leader, who had been hiding at the side, secretly wiped his cold sweat and stuck out his tongue. Good heavens, fortunately General Qi spoke. Otherwise they would have kissed just now. That was so close. If Miss Zhang knew that Mr. Sun and Miss Zhang kissed here, and I just watched and did nothing, then I would be done for. He stole a glance at Sun Lang. Sure enough, Mr. Sun was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were full of murderous intent. He gloomily stared at the courtyard and then sneered twice. Qi Guanyin, this bastard. Damn it, he ruined my good thing. He definitely did it on purpose. F***ck. He was thinking about how to teach this forgiving man a lesson when he saw Yin Luo in front of him stop and turn around. Hey, why aren't you following me? Why are you standing there like a fool? Sun Lang smiled and strode forward, rubbing against the girl's body. Yin Luo, so disgusting, stay away from me. The two of them rubbed against each other until they reached Qi Guanyin's room. Sun Lang kicked open the door and shouted, Qi, I brought my red yen, Ji, come to see you. Zhang Yinluo angrily said, shameless. Who's your soulmate? Sun Lang acted as if he didn't hear anything. He chuckled and held Yin Luo's hand, swaying it back and forth in front of Qi Guanyin's eyes. Ah, look. This is my Yin Luo. She is virtuous and gentle. She is good at housework. She is dignified. She is good at housekeeping. Ah, what a beautiful woman. Yin Luo felt a little nauseous when he heard this. He could actually say such shameful words without any hesitation. This guy's skin was really thick enough. It made people feel a little embarrassed when they heard it. He. While she was giggling inexplicably, she heard Sun Lang holding her hand with one hand and covering his heart with the other. Under Qi Guanyin's gentle gaze, he stood on his tiptoes, raised his head and sighed. The most important thing is that she has no relationship with the Heavenly Policy Mansion at all. That's amazing! Great General Qi's gentle and calm demeanor instantly shattered without a trace. He said helplessly, Marshal, I didn't expect you to hold grudges. But the relationship between a man and a woman should be sincere and honest, like water flowing naturally. It shouldn't be mischievous and use deceit to express your feelings. That's too undignified. Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, May I ask if you were imparting some advice and insights on relationships to me from the standpoint of a winner in life? Qi Guanyin choked for a moment and said seriously, I am a complete loser in the field of love, but there is nothing wrong with the art of war. The one who is wrong is the general who used the wrong art of war. Although I have encountered this kind of situation, it doesn't mean that my experience and insights are wrong. That's right. Before Sun Lang could say anything, Yin Luo chimed in, This guy is always jumping up and down. He doesn't even look proper. I don't even know if what he said is true or if he's just teasing me. General Qi is right. Things like relationships should be treated seriously. They should be in front of flowers and under the moon. They should pledge their undying love. I almost forgot that this guy was originally a bit of a hipster. He even studied in the West. He probably read too many operas and romance novels and actually fell in love with foreign devils. Are you kidding me? Do you want me to send flowers and go on a date to see a movie? I'm not familiar with this kind of stuff. Bah, it's not that I'm not familiar with it. It's just that I've been here for 8 years and have forgotten everything about the past. The only technique I still remember is to put a bottle of 1982 Nutri-Express on the roof of the car. While Sun Lang was thinking, Qi Guanyin heard Zhang Yinluo's words and his expression changed. He stood up and said with a smile, Miss Zhang, you're right. Relationships. Yin Luo didn't say anything and slipped behind Sun Lang. He stuck his head out from the side and looked at Qi Guanyin with a bit of vigilance. General, you can just stand there and talk. Qi Guanyin was puzzled. What's wrong? Yin Luo said in a low, muffled voice, Aren't you and Sun Lang enemies now? If you suddenly make trouble and capture me to threaten him, won't I be mocked by him for at least a month? General Qi was startled, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he showed a gentle smile. I see. You're a good girl. Marshal, you must cherish such a girl. Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, Don't use the tone of an experienced person to lecture me. In my eyes, your level has already fallen to a level lower than mine. Shameful. Obviously, after witnessing Qi Guanyin's family drama, Sun Lang immediately had a great sense of superiority towards the general. He had a feeling of, let's see what a disloyal dog like you can be proud of. Qi Guanyin laughed bitterly. What business do the two of you have visiting me for? Sun Lang looked at him a few times. To be honest, your current state is no different from having a dead heart. You actually don't get angry when that matter is brought up. At most, you just smile bitterly. Have you accepted your fate? General Qi was silent for a moment, then slowly said, all these years, I've been living in a dilemma. I went against my father's teachings and became the person I used to hate the most. I obtained my current position by currying favor with the Tensei province. I'm a lackey of the Tensei province, a marionette of the Empress. These years, I've sunk deeper and deeper, and I've become more and more miserable and lost. I don't know if it's worth it for me to do all this, and why. He sighed and said, a few days ago, I bumped into my wife's secret plot with someone else. She's so vicious. I never would have thought that she would be able to casually come up with such a vicious plan, even if it was enough to ruin her husband's reputation and cause him to be doomed eternally. In fact, I already knew that she was from the Tensei province, but that night, I still couldn't control my anger and decided to strike. That halberd strike was merciless. If the marshal hadn't stopped me, I'm afraid that I would have cut her in half. Yes, I wanted to kill her, I really did want to kill her. He recalled everything that happened that night, and his hands trembled slightly. He didn't know whether it was from anger or lingering fear. Qi Guanyin closed his eyes and repeated, how could she be like this? How could she be like this? He shook his head and looked at Sun Lang. After I bumped into her plot, I was so angry that I didn't know what to do. I felt that all the sacrifices I've made all these years were a big joke. I felt that I was incomparably ridiculous, because I didn't know what my sacrifices and compromises were in exchange for, Sun Lang said faintly, and then? And then? Qi Guanyin repeated, and then laughed. And then I was locked up here. Actually, it wasn't a bad thing, because I could calm down and think about my true thoughts, think about my life, and think about what I want. Sun Lang changed his position and tilted his head. What did you think of? Just thinking about the things between my wife and me. Qi Guanyin smiled. I thought about our life, the more than 10 years of love between husband and wife. From the time we met to the time we got married, I rose from a lowly lieutenant to a general in charge of the military affairs of a province. No matter the position, we always supported each other along the way. We went through thick and thin together. Now it seems that this so-called love is more like a huge lie. He lowered his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. She slept by my pillow for more than 10 years. I thought that in this life we were going to be together for the rest of our lives. I once vowed to love her, and I always thought that marrying her was the luckiest thing in my life. But the scary thing is, I don't seem to know what she's thinking in her heart. His tone was calm, but it contained a great deal of grief. Sun Lang had already experienced greater pain and sorrow, and because of his race, he didn't have any reaction to this kind of sad love story, so he didn't think much of it. However, Yin Luo, who yearned for romantic love, felt a great impact on her soul. Such a person probably couldn't resist Qiong Yao's drama at all. She reached out and grabbed Sun Lang's clothes. Her nose twitched and tears almost fell. She said sadly, General Qi, this kind of woman isn't worth your sadness. Qi Guanyin looked at her and smiled gratefully. Then, he said softly, if only it were that easy. Sigh. He sighed again, looked at Sun Lang and said seriously, Miss Zhang's expression of sympathy and reluctance, I'm afraid it's not just because of what I said just now, right? My wife, what did she do? Sun Lang nodded. To put it simply, she said that we kidnapped you, so she gathered your subordinates and the important people in Mingzhou. She's going to Mingzhou soon to reason with us and rescue you. Qi, are you happy? Qi Guanyin's expression changed slightly. He understood the cause and effect of this matter. He was silent for a moment and sighed. I know. Maybe it's time to put an end to this. Chapter 488. Qi Guanyin sighed. I know. Maybe it's time to put an end to this. Sun Lang nodded. Yes, yes. Your wife is really up to no good. What is she trying to do by bringing so many people here? Your generals, your soldiers, and all the important people in Mingzhou were all called here by her. It's too scary. Does she want to let everyone in Mingzhou know that you've been cheated on in broad daylight? Qi Guanyin wanted to explain that he hadn't been cheated on, only betrayed. However, when he thought about it, there wasn't much of a difference between the two. Furthermore, based on his experience in the past 2 days, as long as he argued with the marshal about this kind of thing, the marshal would happily change the topic all the way from the Eastern Sea to the Southern Sky Gate, and then give him a huge mental blow. He laughed bitterly and said in a low voice, "This matter is a bit strange. For her to receive the news so quickly, I'm afraid that the marshal has added fuel to the fire. Could it be that you released the news that I was murdered?" Sun Lang said indifferently, "I'm not stupid, and neither is your wife. That means she didn't." Qi Guanyin frowned. Then how dare she do this? Even if there's a misunderstanding between the two sides, and my subordinates are worried about my safety, so much so that they've sent their soldiers to the city gates. As long as I show up and stop them, all her schemes will be meaningless. What is she trying to do? Sun Lang waved his hand. I don't know, and we don't need to know. Since you've thought it through, let's make a trip there immediately. Go find a subordinate you trust and order him to secretly spread the news and find out where the Wang family is. We'll capture her in one fell swoop. Qi Guanyin pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, it's too easy to alert the enemy. Since she's done something like this, she's probably already made arrangements and won't give us the chance. Sun Lang glanced at him as if nothing had happened and said indifferently, Then what do you think? Qi Guanyin said with a calm expression, Stop the enemy with inaction and wait for the enemy with ease. When the two sides are facing each other, we are the righteous army and have an unparalleled advantage on the battlefield. It can be said that victory is within our grasp. Under such circumstances, we must not be greedy and advance prematurely. We must take each step carefully and make use of our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Zhang Yinlua's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He glanced at Sun Lang. Qi Guanyin's opinion was exactly the same as Sun Lang's. Was it true that the thought processes of famous generals were all similar? However, Sun Lang's expression actually changed. He coldly said, Your wife knows you very well. She also knows how to use troops. How do you know that you are using troops in an open and above-board manner right now, and that you are not in her calculations? How do you know that what you're waiting for isn't her well-arranged scheme? Qi Guanyin continued, Whether we strike first or strike later, both of these actions carry risk. We could fall into her trap either way. In a lowly general's opinion, it's better to strike later. If it's the latter, she will appear no matter what. This is the best opportunity for us to face her head-on. Besides, the general said calmly, even if she has arranged some shocking scheme, as long as you are in the middle, you can cut it all down. The flattery of the Zhenzhou Grand General, even if it was on the emperor, would make the emperor very happy. But Sun Lang did not buy it. He looked Qi Guanyin up and down, a cold smile appearing on his face. You can even say such words. What do you want? The general looked at Sun Lang and bowed deeply. Please allow a lowly general to keep me in suspense. The marshal will know when the time comes. I can guarantee that you will get what you want no matter what. Sun Lang's expression turned cold. Know when the time comes? Qi Guanyin, everyone has their own thoughts. I don't know what you are thinking. If you don't want to say it, I can't do anything about it. However, many tragedies in the world do not have to happen. Too many deaths and departures are caused by the self-righteousness of the people involved. He looked deeply at Qi Guanyin and said, I've told you before, don't say that I didn't warn you. Now you are holding back. When the time comes, it will be too late to cry. Qi Guanyin said calmly, Thank you for your reminder, Marshal. A lowly general already knows. However, in my life, I have experienced ups and downs in the official circle. When I do things according to my heart, I always run into obstacles and am unhappy. When I do things against my heart, I have a meteoric rise, but I am not happy. I have to hold my head high for once, right? Sun Lang said indifferently, Qi Guanyin, you are a smart person. There are some things that you don't need to say too clearly. The reason why I have the patience to waste time with you here, you know very well in your heart. I don't mind visiting your cottage 3 times, and I also don't mind spending time to watch you act out your bitter love drama. But my patience is actually limited. If you continue to be so shameless, don't blame me for suppressing my pity for your talent and sending you to paradise. Qi Guanyin's expression did not change. He lowered his head and said, I am not virtuous or talented. I have suffered losses in my private actions. I am very grateful that Marshal thinks highly of me. If I had met Marshal a few years ago then, Sun Lang grabbed him by the collar and said coldly, F***CKU Qi Guanyin. You're a hero, you're a man made of iron, but there's always something you can't let go of. In this world, there are always some people and some things that can make you worry, that can make you cry the most painfully. He said in a low voice, Don't force me to this step. I am indeed not the same as before. Sun Lang reached out and pushed. Qi Guanyin staggered and fell back. He turned around and did not look at the general anymore. He said coldly, Let's go. Zhang Yinluo made an "oh" sound, but did not immediately move. She looked at Qi Guanyin with some doubt and surprise in her eyes, as if she had discovered something. Qi Guanyin fell on the bed. He raised his head and smiled at her. Miss Zhang, you must cherish this. Yinluo was a virgin after all, and she was a little shy by nature. When others mentioned her emotional problems, she would become extremely embarrassed. The questions and guesses in her mind were immediately thrown out of the window. She clasped her hands in a fluster, then turned around and ran away. Qi Guanyin was left alone. He sat by the bed and leaned against the headboard. He looked at the beam and sighed silently. He said softly, You must cherish this. Sun Lang walked out of the courtyard angrily. He turned around and complained, Son of a bitch, this bastard is a sissy. F***CK. Why is he taking so long to complete this recruitment mission? Zhang Yinluo quickly followed. Although she did not know what a personal recruitment mission was, she could still guess Sun Lang's meaning. She shook her head and said, He is a great general of a province. If he sincerely pledges allegiance to you, then the military power of the empire's northern border will fall into your hands. Next to Ming Province is Song Province, and Song Province is General Zhao's territory. Isn't that also your territory? When the time comes, Song and Ming provinces will be connected. The north will be connected to Lihua, and the south will be facing the imperial capital. Even I can see the benefits. She reached out and patted Sun Lang's back. So, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. You're going to take advantage of such a big advantage. It's okay to work a little harder. Sun Lang's anger subsided, but his face was still serious. If it weren't for the fact that I have to subdue Qi Guanyin to take over Ming Province in the most complete peace, why would I waste my time with him here? It's just that I haven't been able to see through his thoughts, which makes me feel uneasy. I don't know what he's thinking, and I can't figure out what he wants to do. Yinluo's heart skipped a beat, and the doubts she had just now surged into her mind. Yes, General Qi's behavior is really too strange. He seems to still have feelings for his wife, but he is still very angry and annoyed by the Wang family's betrayal. I really can't figure out what he wants to do. Sun Lang looked at her in surprise. You actually saw through it? Yin Luo said loudly. What do you mean I actually saw through it? No matter what, I'm still a girl. My thoughts in this aspect are also more delicate and sensitive than yours. Why can't I see through it? Sun Lang said with a smile. Okay, delicate and sensitive emotional expert Miss Zhang, why don't you analyze Qi Guanyan's psychological activities and emotional state? The cow lady snorted a few times and raised a finger. Analyzing this matter is actually very simple. Under the same circumstances, first establish a standard human reaction, then compare it with General Qi's reaction to see what's different. Then, carry out a further in-depth analysis. Sun Lang clicked his tongue and said, Oh, that's really something. Yin Luo made a face and continued, the relationship between General Qi and the Wang family is intricate and complicated, but if you sort it out, there are no more than 3 stages. He said that he actually already knew that the Wang family was from Tensei province, and he was already mentally prepared. However, a few days ago, he heard with his own ears that the Wang family had arranged a vicious plot against him, and only then did he feel the unforgettable anger and killing intent. In other words, although he knew that his wife was a spy from Tensei province, he still tolerated and liked her, so. She rolled her eyes and pointed at Sun Lang with a smile. Let's use you as an example. Let's say that there's a woman. At first, you thought that she had bad intentions and were very guarded against her, but gradually you fell in love with her, but later you were, She saw that Sun Lang's expression suddenly changed, and she suddenly realized and regretted it. She said the wrong thing. Empress Tensei. Yin Luo didn't know much about Sun Lang's past. She only heard him talk about it sporadically, like small pieces of a puzzle. Although they were scattered, when pieced together, she could always guess the truth. However, that was only the truth of her guess. Sun Lang had never completely told her the cause and effect of the matter and the real picture. Sun Lang had said more than once that as long as she wanted to know, he would tell her everything. But Yin Luo had never opened her mouth to ask, because she knew that although Sun Lang had always been smiling mischievously and acted as if nothing was forbidden, his self-esteem was actually very strong. His martial arts were strong, his military achievements were great, and he was once an extremely high official. He was already a first-class person in the world. How could he keep talking about the sad things of the past to ask for pity? Moreover, that was the knot and pain in his heart. When he occasionally mentioned it, the ferocious bloody light that flashed in his eyes represented the hatred that he had never let go. And all of this probably had something to do with a woman whose name was famous all over the world. Empress Tensei, the most dazzling name among the outstanding women in the world, the pride of the imperial family. Between this woman and Sun Lang, there was probably a story that couldn't be told for 3 days and 3 nights, an ill-fated relationship. Because when Sun Lang talked about her, there was no smile on his face, and his eyes were cold. Compared to when he talked about godly Dr. Liu, Zhao Yunlong, and even other people, his expression was completely different. It was just that the past with Empress Tensei was probably the thing that Sun Lang was most unwilling to talk about. Yin Luo also didn't have much of an idea about this matter, so after she spoke, she noticed the change in Sun Lang's expression. Only then did she suddenly realize that she had probably touched on Sun Lang's sore spot. She looked at Sun Lang's face that suddenly had a smile on it and suddenly panicked. She didn't know what to do and said, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry, Sun Lang expressionlessly turned around, as if he wanted to leave. The girl's heart suddenly ached. Without thinking, she immediately threw herself at Sun Lang and hugged him from behind. She cried, It's my fault. Don't be silent. You can scold me a little. Sun Lang's voice was very calm. Let go of me. Yin Luo's heart trembled, but she still braced herself and said, I won't let go. Then Sun Lang was silent and didn't say a word. The two maintained this posture. The girl hugged the man from behind and didn't move at all. Sun Lang still didn't say anything. Yin Luo only hugged Sun Lang's body tightly. She hugged him tightly, as if she was afraid that he would forcefully break free in the next instant and leave without looking back. If something like that happened, she wouldn't know what she should do. Just like at this moment, she also didn't know what she should say. So, she could only hug and hug like this. After an unknown period of time, she suddenly heard Sun Lang let out a sigh towards the sky. Ah, so cool. Yin Luo didn't react for a moment. Zetskud let out a king's praise. Yin Luo blinked and suddenly realized something. Her face flushed red and she immediately jumped back 2 steps. She said in a sharp voice, "Are you playing with me?" Sun Lang's heart thumped, but he was a person who had been through storms and waves. How fast was his reaction? He immediately turned back with an elegant and indifferent smile and reached out to knock the girl's forehead. "We're even." Looking at his calm smile with a trace of sadness, Yin Luo's heart beat faster. Her aggressive appearance relaxed. She bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry. Phew. I passed." Heaving a sigh of relief in his heart, Sun Lang stretched out his hand and patted her head. Yin Luo usually hated this kind of behavior, then smiled and said, "It's all right, I've already thought it through. This is just a debt, and it has nothing to do with men and women. She and I are irreconcilable enemies, and there has to be an end to it. She took away my originally peaceful life, and also took away my true hope. I will pay her back for everything." Yin Luo was still in shock. She snorted and whispered, "You are an exception, it doesn't count." The wound that Empress left in your heart is far greater than the wound that Wang left in General Qi's heart. Moreover, you also said that there is no love between the two of you. So, it doesn't count. After all, General Qi was still in love with Madame Wang. If feelings were mixed into the affairs of this world, who could say for sure what would happen? She glanced at Sun Lang and said in her heart, "Take me for example. If you hurt me badly and break my heart, I definitely won't kill you. I'll let you live and then think of a way to make you miss me every day. You'll think of me for the rest of your life. You'll regret it, but you'll never see me again. Only then will I be able to vent my anger." Suddenly, a light flashed through her mind. She seemed to have grasped something. But at this time, Sun Lang said with a smile, "What are you thinking about now?" Looking at this hateful face, Yin Luo thought of what she had just said in her heart. Yin Luo blushed and said loudly, "I didn't think of anything. That was just an assumption." "What assumption?" "Nothing." Chapter 489. The moon was high in the sky, and the night sky was lonely. In the heavily guarded military tent, Wang Shi rubbed her sore wrists. Hearing the faint voices outside the tent, she sighed almost imperceptibly. In the past 2 days, she had worked hard to play her role and weaved a shocking lie. She used Qi Guanyan's prestige and reputation in Mingzhou to claim that the great general had been detained by the governor. She also used her status as the great general's wife to appeal for the necessary help from all walks of life in Mingzhou to save her husband. But other than the person involved, no one knew that this was actually a huge lie. She was dancing on a tightrope, lying and using others to achieve her own goals. The slightest carelessness would consign her to eternal damnation. But she had no other choice. This was what she had to do. She put down her pen and rubbed her tender hands together a few times. After they were warm, she pressed them against her face, the heat relieving her fatigue. In order to maintain this lie, she had been plotting and scheming for the past 2 days. Dealing with this kind of major event was far more tiring than managing the internal affairs of the general's residence. Wang Shi rested for a while, then looked around vigilantly. After confirming that no one was watching, she quietly took out a letter from under the pile of books on the table. She had caused such a huge commotion that Mingzhou would definitely notice. Putting aside Qi Guanyin, Sun Lang's martial arts were superb, and he even had the help of the Blazing Angel. Faced with this kind of situation, a decapitation operation seemed to be the best choice. So she had been hiding her tracks, deliberately setting up misdirection formations, and setting up many traps to ensure that she would not be disturbed before the big show began. But hiding her tracks and being protected by the army also meant that she was isolated. She could no longer easily communicate with the Blazing Angel these past 2 days. She could only communicate through letters, and the frequency of communication could not be too high to avoid being noticed. Yes, she was now being protected by Qi Guanyin's subordinates, but it was hard to say whether more protection or more surveillance. After all, Wang Rulong, Lu Nan, Chun Deshang, and the others were the great general's trusted subordinates. Not only were they loyal and devoted, but they were also resourceful. They were not people who could be easily fooled. Thinking of this, Wang Shi could not help but smile bitterly. So tired, she sighed softly, tiredness and confusion in her eyes. All of Mingzhou, those who doubted her, those who hated her, those who wanted to kill her, those who used her, and those who were used by her. There was no one she could trust, no one she could rely on. Why am I doing this? She muttered to herself before opening the letter in her hand. The letter was written by the Blazing Angel. His handwriting was so sharp that it was cold and unkind. The content was nothing more than a platitude. First, he reported on the situation in Bright Province. Then, he offered encouragement, followed by a warning, and finally, an inquiry. The protection of the army also separated her from the Blazing Angel, causing the Blazing Angel to be unable to maintain surveillance and even control over her like before. This should have made the other party feel irritated and uneasy. When something was out of control, it meant that there would be variables and accidents. She understood the Blazing Angel. For that cold-blooded killing machine, variables and accidents were the things it loathed the most. It was like a machine from the kingdom of Lihua, precise and fatal. It hated mistakes, accidents, and anything that was out of its calculations. For example, the biggest variable in this operation was a man named Sun Lang. His appearance had almost disrupted all the arrangements and plans, causing the difficulty of the operation to increase by several levels. In the past few days, she could often hear the Blazing Angel complaining that the Tensei province's intelligence was wrong. Such a powerful expert had suddenly appeared in Mingzhou, and it was obvious that he was related to the northern faction. How could the Tensei province not know anything about this? Wang Shi smiled when she thought of this. So it was just a machine without a heart, not like a human. It did not know that accidents and variables were sometimes the key to breaking out of a situation. Wang Shi's lips curled up, and her mood improved a little. However, this rare good mood was immediately destroyed, because she saw something she did not want to see. Your brother is fine, but he is depressed. I'm afraid that he can't accept the truth. You and Qi Guanyin spoil him so much that he doesn't realize how cruel the world is. However, if you can complete this mission beautifully, you can still spoil him like before. As long as you can make our master happy, your brother can naturally continue to be a carefree playboy. When the army arrives in Ming Province, you will see him and say goodbye to him. He will bring your good news and the account books that record many things in Ming Province's officialdom to the capital to meet our master. With our master taking care of your brother, you won't have any worries. You can focus on working for our master. These plain words undoubtedly hid a malicious threat and hint. Wang Shi took a deep breath. She felt her hands trembling, and her heart beating very fast. Drops of tears splashed onto the letter. She subconsciously crumpled the letter into a ball and held it tightly. She muttered, "Brother?" At this moment, a voice came from outside the tent. "Madam, a lowly general, Wang Rulong, requests to see you." Wang Shi's body trembled. She stuffed the crumpled letter into her lapel as fast as she could. Then, she took a deep breath and calmly said, "General Wang, please come in." "A lowly general, please excuse me." The tent door was opened, and a heroic general in armor walked in. He first saluted with his hands folded. Then, he looked up and saw the tears on Wang Shi's face. He said in surprise, "Madam?" Wang Shi hurriedly wiped her face with the back of her hand. She forced a smile and said, "I'm a woman. I miss my husband so much that I'm crying. I'm embarrassed in front of you." Wang Rulong bowed and said, "I wouldn't dare. Madam and the great general are deeply in love. A lowly general only has respect for you. There's no need to worry, madam. The great general's martial arts are profound, and Ming Province's magistrate, Lu Shoyan, is famous for being a nice guy. Even if there's a conflict between them and a misunderstanding that leads to discord, it's not something that can't be salvaged. Lu Mingzhou is a modest gentleman. He always leaves some leeway in his actions." Wang Shi sighed and said, "I hope so." Wang Rulong continued to say, "There's one more thing I want you to know, madam. The carrier pigeons and mounted scouts that were sent out during the day have returned. It's all thanks to your connections that we've reached a preliminary consensus and an alliance." Everyone was shocked when they heard about this. They all expressed their willingness to help you and demand an explanation from Magistrate Lu and Hu Shoshin so that the great general can be saved. He smiled and said, "The great general's kindness has finally paid off. Now, everyone in Ming Province is responding to his kindness. As the saying goes, when one side is in trouble, all sides will come to their aid." Wang Shi nodded. However, she snorted disdainfully inwardly. "Your Qi Guanyan's trusted subordinates, the most trusted of the direct descendants. Even so, you wouldn't dare to lead troops to attack Ming Province's city without irrefutable evidence, let alone the generals who are separated by a layer of relationship, and the civil officials and aristocratic families who don't submit to the military officials. If I didn't threaten them with the blackmail in my hands, would they be so kind?" However, she did not expose Wang Shi. Instead, she asked anxiously, "Since everyone has been contacted," Wang Rulong nodded heavily and said loudly, "I was just about to confirm the time with madam. We're all ready. The governor of a province has secretly detained the great general of the province. This is simply appalling. Our dynasty has been established for hundreds of years, and we've never heard of such a thing. Our military officials have been overridden by the civil officials. If we don't teach them a lesson, our colleagues in other provinces will laugh at us for being useless. Besides, our great general is missing and his whereabouts are unknown. How can we just sit by and watch?" Tears flashed in Wang Shi's eyes. She stood up excitedly, walked around the table, and bowed to Wang Rulong. "Then, I'll leave my husband to you, uncles. Madam, rest assured. A lowly general will not disappoint you," Wang Rulong said firmly. "However, a lowly general is a rough man and likes to speak first. Madam, we're deeply indebted to the great general for recognizing our worth. Now that the general is in trouble, we'll naturally jump into the fire and water. We won't shy away from blades and axes. However, leading an army to besiege the capital of a province has already violated a great taboo of the imperial court. At least there's a reason for it. I hope that we can force Lu Shoyan to compromise and send the great general back." Wang Shi nodded and said, "That's my plan." Wang Rulong's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Wang Shi. He said firmly, "If that's the case, then we've reached an agreement with madam. Our performance must be neither servile nor overbearing, and we must force Lu Shoyan to bow his head in an upright manner. However, all of our actions must be based on one premise, and that is, we must strictly restrain our soldiers and not do anything out of line. Let alone attacking Mingzhou, we must not offend anyone along the way. Even if something happens, we must not attack Mingzhou City. What do you think, madam?" Wang Shi's expression was calm as she said calmly, "Of course. My husband has always loved his people. If I hurt the innocent for him, He definitely won't let me go. A strange light flashed in Wang Rulong's eyes. He lowered his head and cupped his fist. A lowly general admires Madame's righteousness. Since that's the case, let's discuss the specific details. Of course. General, please take a seat. Wang Shi turned around and returned to the table. She looked at Wang Rulong, who was sitting in the guest seat below, and her heart skipped a beat. None of Qi Guanyan's generals are easy to deal with. They probably have a lot of doubts in their hearts. They might even be suspicious of me and have started to take precautions. But all of this is meaningless. It's useless. It's useless. On the same night, in Mingzhou City, it was peaceful and quiet. Most people went to bed early. They lived in their own world, like fish in a fish tank. They swam in the water and enjoyed themselves. They never knew what was happening outside. Sun Lang sat on the roof and looked at the night sky in boredom. In the empire, which had not been polluted by modern industry, it was normal to see a sky full of stars. There was nothing to see after looking at it for a long time. It was the same endless darkness, and the same distant light. However, Sun Lang, as a visitor from Earth, naturally had a way to divert his thoughts. Just like now, when he looked at the sky full of stars, he naturally thought of the popular horoscopes in his previous life. When he thought of the horoscopes, he naturally thought of the legendary Saint Seiya. Since he thought of the Saint Seiya, thus, he began to recall the story of Saint Seiya. He began to recall it when he was very young, starting from the distant galactic war. For someone who had been away from home for a long time, imagining things was already a very luxurious entertainment. All kinds of things that happened on Earth, big and small, were incomparably precious. Even if it was a neon cartoon that he had watched when he was young, he was unwilling to forget it. He looked at the sky full of stars. In his eyes, the shining stars connected together to form a vivid picture, which turned into a sacred battle suit and outlined the bits and pieces of memories. But after all, it was a long time ago, and some of the images were not very clear. He could only fill in the gaps with his imagination. As a result, the Saint Seiya displayed amazing combat skills and martial arts cultivation in battle. Unique skills such as the Pegasus Meteor Punch and the Rising Dragon of Mount Lu all became real and terrifying unique skills. This was something that could not be helped. Sigh. If I can go back, even if I can only be a movement guide, I'll be rich. While he was reminiscing, he heard a slight sound of wind. He turned around and saw Long Wanda slowly approaching. Under the moonlight, his golden hair shone with a strange light. The Russian from the Lihua nation sat down beside him and said, "What are you thinking about?" Sun Lang glanced at him and said, "I'm thinking about, probably some stupid and hot-blooded youngsters went through hard work and put on super awesome armor to become more powerful. Then, for a very inexplicable reason, they fought to the death. In the end, most of them did not get anything," Long Wanda said angrily. "Are you mocking me?" Sun Lang clicked his tongue and said, "We haven't seen each other for a few years, but your heart is still so soft and sensitive. You always have some inexplicable paranoia." Yen Wei was about to retort when he suddenly sighed and said, "Yes, we haven't seen each other for a few years. We haven't seen each other for a few years. We have been looking for you for a few years. We didn't want to believe that you were dead. But after reuniting, I should have been ecstatic. Instead, I feel more confused and lost." Sun Lang reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "That's right. We have reunited, but we haven't had a good chat. We have been at each other's throats since the beginning. It's really inexplicable." Long Wanda was silent for a moment. Then he asked, "These few days, when I was out patrolling, I found a lot of military movements. It seems that the matter of the Mingzhou general will be resolved soon. What do you plan to do next?" Sun Lang was stunned for a moment. He waved his hand and said, "Go away. Why are you asking this? You should wait until this matter is over and then go home. This place is not suitable for you." Long Wanda was not angry. He only said calmly, "What about Courier? She wants to stay. She seems to have decided to follow you. But the church will not allow Yen Wei to betray them. They will not allow the Blazing Angel armed forces to be stranded in a foreign country. They will definitely take action. Are you ready?" Chapter 490. The moonlight shone on Long Wanda's face. His expression was serious. "Are you ready?" Sun Lang smiled. "This is not urgent. We'll talk about it later." "Not urgent?" Long Wanda turned around and said angrily, "This is a war. This is a provocation to the theocracy. Do you really want to have a conflict with my country? Do you really think it doesn't matter?" He looked into Sun Lang's eyes. His tone slowed down, but it was still cold. The flaming guard took a deep breath and said calmly, "You know what this means. I am a flaming guard personally appointed by His Majesty the Emperor. I am the scout of God. I am the driver of the Lone Ranger. I am a warrior of the flaming country." Sun Lang also turned around and looked into his blue eyes. He smiled. "Do you want to be my enemy?" Long Wanda slowly said, "I am completely different from those country girls who have no moral integrity or loyalty to speak of. I have my own position, my loyalty, my principles, my persistence, my country." Sun Lang said lightly, "You are much stronger than a few years ago." Long Wanda sneered, "That's right. After all, a certain person died just like that. He really used himself as an example to teach me a good lesson, letting me know the cruelty and reality of the world. It won't do if I don't recognize reality. It won't do if I don't become stronger. After all, I am the most reliable." Sun Lang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "So this is how you repay the teacher who used his life to teach you his last lesson? It is so sad to have such a bad disciple." Long Wanda coldly replied, "A true teacher will not unscrupulously do things that make things difficult for his students, not to mention openly provoking him, causing his students to be caught in a dilemma between personal friendship and national affairs. You know the consequences of keeping Kuriel by your side, right?" Sun Lang smiled. "What else can I do? Courier is from the conservative bishop faction. You are from the reformist emperor faction. You two are natural enemies. Moreover, this is a personal grudge. If I don't keep her, how can I deal with her? Release her back to Li Hua and let her continue to work for the main sect. Go against you? Or should I capture her and give her to you so that you can bring her back to your country for punishment?" Long Wanda said angrily, "How long have we known each other? I was beaten up like that by that woman, so it's only natural that you want to avenge me and vent my anger for me. Isn't it natural to capture her and hand her over to me? Why did you suddenly hook up with her? How can you be so unprincipled? Didn't you say that you hate men who can't move when they see a beautiful woman?" Sun Lang said proudly, "Tucson is broken, young man. Fantasy and reality were different. For example, when you read casual books, although you like to read exciting and explosive stories, as a reader, you will also be picky. For example, you like harems, but you don't like the female lead to be infatuated with him. For example, you like to see the main character slap his own face, but you don't like the plot to be too melodramatic and the villains to be too retarded. For example, you like to see a strong main character, but you don't like the plot to be too powerful to the point that there is no suspense in the story. This subtle feeling of being shot." He looked conflicted for a moment, then shook his head and said loudly, "But that's just a novel." He pointed at Long Wanda and said righteously, "If it wasn't for you to read a novel, but for you to transmigrate into the main character of the story, would you be so stupid to set yourself up with such difficulties? Of course, the more infatuated and brainless the female lead, the better, the more retarded and incompetent the enemy, the better, and the bigger the golden finger, the better. You can't wait to have the golden finger of the world modulation mode. After a long speech, he came to a conclusion. So, although you say that you don't care which man can reject a beautiful, big-breasted, intelligent and capable woman who is throwing herself at him, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being a big-breasted hairy girl, Long Wanda. If you can't even recognize this fact, you can only be a virgin for life. Why are the examples you give always so strange? I don't understand what you're saying at all. Long Wanda shouted. Also, I finally understand the result. You bastard who values a woman over a friend. Sun Lang sneered. What's wrong with a man valuing a woman over a friend? Both of you are flame guards, both of you pilot blazing angels, but Courier can F***K, can you? Courier has huge breasts, can you? Courier can have children, can you? Courier can wear little skirts, can you? Long Wanda said with a subtle expression. I always feel that you don't have good intentions when you give these examples. In summary, I like Courier, so she wants to stay with her blazing angel? Sun Lang crossed his arms, snorted, and turned his head to the side. I'm not trying to take away a blazing angel to make the strength of both sides unbalanced, so that your Emperor God faction can make trouble for the bishop and increase your chances of winning. Don't misunderstand. Even if you use such a disgusting tone to explain, I won't misunderstand at all. Long Wanda said coldly, so, since you know that you've taken away the most capable person of the bishop faction, you should know the consequences. Not only will they not give up, but they will also use this matter to make a big fuss, and even use their influence to force the Emperor God to make a statement. At that time, what awaits you may be the power of the entire theocracy. Sun Lang blinked and laughed. You're beating around the bush. You're worried about me. Bullsh *T. Long Wanda's expression was calm as he said, because I know what kind of cruel fellow you are, so I'm warning you in advance. Otherwise, if I were to be sent to the battlefield to meet you and be killed by you without hesitation, then I would die too aggrieved. Sun Lang was stunned for a moment, and then a look of admiration appeared on his face. He patted Long Wanda's shoulder and said seriously, I'm impressed. You're the one who's truly incomparably proud. Although I don't know what you're talking about, I really want to beat you up. Sun Lang laughed a few times and said, Don't worry, my target now is the south. There's no reason for me to have a conflict with the Lihua kingdom. After all, I didn't attack Ming province to defend the northern border for the empire and resist Lihua. Moreover, the Emperor God situation isn't very good. We have the foundation for an alliance. When the time comes, I'll ask you to act as the middleman and arrange a meeting with the Emperor God. I'll discuss a small business with him. Long Wanda's expression relaxed a little, and he asked again, and then? Sun Lang raised his head and looked at the dark sky. In the south, there was the world's most majestic and prosperous capital city, Hutu Empire, unparalleled in the world. He said indifferently, Do you still need to say it? Revenge. I believe you, you'll definitely get what you want. Long Wanda's eyes shone with a certain light, and he said in a deep voice, And after you've completed your revenge, don't you want to do something else? Killing his way into the imperial capital, seizing the throne, crushing the imperial power, and dominating the world. After accomplishing such a feat, the other things seemed to be. Sun Lang blinked and said in surprise, A great empire? Damn, I remember now, that thing seems to have finally become Chinese. F***ck. I didn't even have time to play with it before I transmigrated. Please stop talking to yourself. Long Wanda complained loudly, and then he took a deep breath. Yen Wei's body was trembling slightly, and he said in a complicated tone, What I mean is, the world you talked about before, a more beautiful world, a more perfect country, a new era where even the most ordinary people can obtain dignity and wealth, a real era where hunger, famine, and evil will completely disappear from this land. Sun Lang immediately turned his head and said, I don't want to. Why? Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, my state of mind is not that great. Why would I, a transmigrator, do such things? Besides, I still have a bad debt to settle with this world. Do you think I'm the kind of idiot who repays evil with good? Long Wanda looked shocked. That's not what you said before. Sun Lang proudly said, your butt determines your head, stupid. Previously, I was an oppressed and cynical proletariat. Naturally, I wanted to call for freedom, revolution, and communism. Now that I've been reborn, I've completed the great transition from a proletariat to a feudal bureaucratic capitalist. Now that I have great power and a bright future, I'm about to become the Zhao of the Zhao, who has the patience to be equal with the poor bumpkins. These words were so shameless that Long Wanda trembled with anger, but he did not know how to refute. He looked at the proud Sun Lang and said angrily, I. Sun Lang smiled and added, it's been a few years, and you're still holding on to your fantasies. A true proletariat revolutionary has to rely on himself, right? All the examples of my rise in the great celestial empire have proved one truth, and that is to F***K the Communist International. If you want to do something, do it yourself. Do you expect me to be an example? He waved his hands and chattered, come, I'll show you a clear path, and that is to rebel. The monarchy is trash that must be swept into the dust of history, and the integration of religion and politics is the biggest taboo. If you really want to let the people of Lihua live a good life, then you should be prepared to hang your emperor. Come, listen to me in detail. Regarding the situation of Lihua Nation, you have to walk the path of the cities surrounding the villages. First, Long Wanda trembled with fear after hearing a few words. He could not help but ask, what about you? Sun Lang was silent for a moment and sighed. When I entered the imperial capital and took over the power, the first thing I did after becoming the prime minister was to increase the salaries of the secretaries and officials in the Guardian Stone Room, Lantai Library, Kirin Record Pavilion, and the secret residence building of the various academies. I increased their salaries by 3 times in one breath, and I distributed them on time without delay. Whoever dared to delay the payment, I would kill their entire family. Long Wanda naturally did not understand this joke, and thought that Sun Lang was changing the topic again. He said unhappily, since you had the power at that time, couldn't you do something more meaningful? Ba Wang Mang's example is still in front of me. As a transmigrator, how could I follow in his footsteps? Sun Lang said disdainfully, since I already have the power, I naturally have to do whatever I want. What revolution is there to do? It's a waste of effort, and I might as well F***K women. Those who deserve to be F***Ked will not be left out. Long Wanda was so angry at this mischievous fellow that he rolled his eyes. In a moment of anger, he became bold and asked coldly, does that include Instructor Lin and General Shui? Sun Lang choked. After a while, he let out a barbell-like laugh. This child, it's the new year, and you're saying such things to spoil the mood. You really don't know what to do. Long Wanda looked on coldly from the side and said slowly, maybe they've already heard the news and are waiting for your news. If you take the initiative to send them a letter, then it's still fine. But if they get impatient and come looking for you directly, then you're dead for sure. Before he could finish, his head was slapped by Sun Lang. The former marshal said disdainfully, what does a little brat know, pretending to be an emotional expert? Long Wanda touched the back of his head and was not angry. He said softly, hey, you'll have to face it sooner or later. Sun Lang was silent for a long time and sighed. You don't understand. They're different from the Jiao residents. He was Sun Lang, a time traveler, an impostor who was forced to take the Jiao residents' life and was active in the Tianyuan battlefield. His relationship with the Jia residents had changed from a strange vigilance to a false fantasy, and from a gradual acceptance to a sudden awakening of despair. Those people had once given him the warmth of a family, but a lie was a lie, and a lie was a lie. He was not that person. That person was already dead. He was just an impostor. The people of the Rongwa residence were different from Hu Shoshin and Long Wanda. Those old subordinates of the Heaven's origin sector, those former comrades in arms, even though their names and identities had changed, the comrades in arms who had entrusted their lives to them still existed. After all, it was the soul named Sun Lang who had fought side by side with them. But the Rongwa residence was different. What maintained the relationship between the two was the false name and the identity of the heir of the Rongwa residence, which was built on a lie. That fake identity only brought him painful memories. He didn't want to go back to the past, didn't want to play that role again. But now, what kind of identity and attitude was he going to use to face the people of Rongwa Manor? Although I don't know what you're hesitating about in this world, there are not many things that can make you reveal such a difficult expression. Long Wanda said softly, but I still hope that you can think it through as soon as possible. Although I don't know what you're hesitating about, I know that since you're hesitating, it must be your weakness. If you don't fix this weakness as soon as possible, your enemies will attack this weakness. Do you understand? Sun Lang said indifferently, I understand. Long Wanda stretched his back. That's good. Since we're done talking about serious matters, let's chat casually, just like before. It's been a long time since I've heard you talk nonsense. Sun Lang smiled and sat down. Then let me tell you the story of the Saint Seiya. The night passed in silence. Another day passed just like that. On the morning of the third day, when Sun Lang was in the garden doing eagle flight, Hu Shoshin rushed in with a hurried expression and said in a deep voice, They're here. Sun Lang's eyes flashed. They're finally here. Chapter 491. Sun Lang's eyes flashed. It's finally here. The incident in Mingzhou, the dispute between Qi Guanyin and Tensei Province, everything had to come to a conclusion. Then it was time to head south. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he opened his eyes with a stern expression. It's time to decide the outcome. I don't know what kind of trap the Wang family has in store for us. Let's not screw up. Hu Shoshin said concisely. The various troops in Mingzhou should have contacted each other in private. They mobilized overnight last night with Mingzhou as the center. Almost all the local generals responded to the call and pressed toward Mingzhou. The civil officials also joined in, as well as the noble families in Mingzhou, he snorted. Lu Shoyan is probably in a terrible fix right now. The other party obviously planned this beforehand. When the city gates opened this morning, the messengers waiting outside delivered the letters in their hands to the provincial governor's office like snowflakes. From the civil officials and generals to the family heads, all of them are questioning Qi Guanyin. Sun Lang's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, Interesting. All the people in Mingzhou are mobilizing at the same time. The civil and military officials are working together, and the noble families are asking questions. With such unity, I'm afraid that even if Lu Shoyan and Qi Guanyin worked together, they wouldn't be able to achieve such an effect. And the Wang family has the ability to link them all together? Stick Hu said in a low voice, It's blackmail. Sun Lang nodded. Qi Guanyin told me about the Wang family's account books. This Mingzhou general is smooth and slick. As the saying goes, General Qi enjoys the people. Such a down-to-earth military commander will definitely make a fortune with everyone. The Wang family has always been in charge of the internal and external affairs of the general's office. I'm afraid that all the transactions have been recorded in her little notebook. It seems that the entire Mingzhou is not clean. Hu Shoshin's expression became a little unpleasant. He said coldly, Snakes and rats alike. Sun Lang said with a smile, Why are you scolding people? Everyone is a corrupt official. That's not bad. Big Stick Who said coldly, You're determined to get Ming Province, and you've long regarded it as your territory. The officials in charge of managing Ming Province are all greedy rat. Are you happy? Sun Lang smiled and said, It's okay to be greedy. As long as you know what you're doing and you can get things done, it doesn't matter. After all, we're all in this business, so we have to have some personal pursuits. As the saying goes, don't think about getting rich when you're an official. Just treat it as a joke. Who doesn't have relatives in business? He looked at Hu Shoshin's stern face and shook his head with a smile. He reached out and patted Hu Shoshin's shoulder. Old Hu, don't be too idealistic. I also like officials who are honest but highly capable and wholeheartedly dedicated to the public good. I also wish that all my subordinates were like that. But the problem is that reality is not a game. There are very few people like that. Reality is very cruel. Moreover, everyone has a misconception that whether an official is honest or not has nothing to do with one's ability. The cruel truth is that most honest officials don't have high ability and level. They also have a very fatal weakness. Sun Lang said lightly, This weakness is that they are not greedy. They are honest officials. They don't take money, so they are fearless. That's why they are independent of the world. That's why they are right. Because of this logic, they have a very high sense of moral superiority. They feel that the world is dirty and they are the only ones who are clean. This sense of superiority often makes them headstrong and self-opinionated. They don't listen to others and don't understand human feelings. As a county magistrate, they treat human lives like grass. As a prime minister, they harm the country and the people. Even if such an official is honest and upright, I don't want him. Hu Shoshin was speechless. In fact, there were very few times when he could argue with Sun Lang. After all, this guy had more fallacious arguments than anyone else. He gritted his teeth and said, According to what you said, officials must be greedy? Can they be greedy just because they are capable? Is it right to be greedy? Of course it's wrong. Sun Lang said with a smile, but the so-called feudal society, the so-called backwardness and ignorance, and the so-called naivety and childishness, are the result of placing the officials' corruption and honesty on their personal moral standards and cultivation. As a result, a group of real villains, hypocrites, and the Donglin gang are created. As a result, both honest and corrupt officials have become the parasites of a decaying country. It's really laughable. Therefore, I have never believed in the firmness of people's hearts, let alone the so-called moral standards. If we want the country to be clean and the society to be fair, we have to find another way. Hu Shoshin asked, What do you mean by another way? Sun Lang said with a smile, It's too complicated to explain. Now that we have to maintain stability, we can only use carrots to make them restrain themselves, but it's still too early to talk about that. He raised his right hand and slowly clenched it. He said casually, Now that Mingzhou is in chaos and public opinion is surging, the civil and military officials have joined forces with the aristocratic families to threaten Mingzhou. According to the laws of the empire, this can already be classified as a rebellion. The Wang family thinks that they can threaten us by gathering a group of people, but she doesn't know that she is handing the handle to me. As Sun Lang said that, he turned around and revealed a gentle smile. If a group of people doesn't die, how can the remaining survivors know that they have a new boss? If a group of people doesn't die, how can I make room for the people below to be promoted and remembered my good deeds? Hearing that, Hu Shoshin couldn't help but shudder. No wonder you allowed them to work together and didn't take the initiative to attack. Apart from guarding against the Wang family's scheme, you also have such a plan, Sun Lang laughed. Apart from that, we have to capture the Wang family alive, so we can't take any risk. Apart from subduing Qi Guanyin, I also have to get the account books that record the dirty transactions in Mingzhou in the Wang family's hand. Those are good stuff. When the two of them walked out of the small garden, Miss Zhao was already jogging toward them. Sun Lang, Lord Lu sent a message saying that he has issued an urgent order to close the 4 gates, strengthen the security, and control the news. He said that he will rush over immediately after dealing with the matter. Sun Lang said with a smile, "At this moment, Lord Lu must be feeling aggrieved and depressed. But it doesn't matter. If you follow me, there will be plenty of exciting days like this in the future, haha." Hu Shouxin rolled his eyes and said, "Don't make sarcastic remarks at a time like this. Who do you think caused his current predicament?" Sun Lang said in surprise, "Isn't it the aggressive Tensei province?" That did seem to make sense. Hu Shouxin was speechless. He changed the topic and asked, "What do we do now?" Sun Lang stretched. "Of course we're going to have breakfast. We've been waiting at ease for so long. We can't afford to be impatient in the end. The other party manipulates public opinion and gathers manpower. They are a righteous army. When they reach the battlefield and set up the stage, they will send us a letter of challenge. Before that, there's no rush." Hu Shouxin asked, "What if the other party gathers a small group of elite troops and attacks the Marquis of Jingganfu?" Sun Lang rejected. "The chances are too small. After all, the Grand General is Qi Guanyin and not Wang Shi. The reason why Wang Shi can do such a big thing is firstly because of her identity as the wife of the general. Secondly, it's because of Qi Guanyin's remaining influence. Thirdly, it's because of the account book in her hands. But she can only do this much. If she wants to mobilize the troops to launch an attack, it's really impossible. After all, those generals aren't idiots. It's fine if they just lead the troops to show off their muscles. In any case, there's a reason for it. How would they dare to actually start a war?" He said with a smile, "Moreover, Qi Guanyin is on our side. Even if he's still throwing a tantrum, if someone really comes to attack the Marquis of Jingganfu, I don't believe that he can sit by and watch us kill his subordinates like chopping vegetables." Only then did Hu Shouxin nod. "You've already considered everything thoroughly." Sun Lang shook his head and sighed. "The so-called good at war has no illustrious achievements. It's just finding and filling in the gaps, sealing off all the variables, then using the strong to bully the weak, fighting a boring victory with a predetermined outcome. Then people will think that you've never used your intelligence, that you don't live up to your reputation, that you only know how to use brute force. This is the sorrow of an unparalleled general like me." Hu Shouxin laughed, really shameless. Sun Lang ignored him and turned to ask young Lady Zhao, "Have you eaten?" "I ate a bowl of porridge when I woke up this morning," young Lady Zhao said with a smile, "but I still want to eat a bit more with you." Sun Lang smiled slightly and said, "Then let's go." Hu Shouxin asked from behind, "You're not going to tell Qi Guanyin?" Sun Lang turned his head and pursed his lips, saying, "Are you stupid? Wang Shi hasn't finished setting up the stage yet. What are you going to tell Qi Guanyin for? I'm afraid he has other plans in mind. If you tell him early, it'll only create more variables and give him time to prepare. It won't be too late to tell him after you receive the Wang Shi's letter of challenge. Wouldn't it be nice to give him a sudden surprise?" Hu Shouxin snorted, "You're so scheming." Sun Lang laughed heartily. "The so-called wisdom of strategizing is not a flash of inspiration to turn the tables in a desperate situation. It's in these small precautions. Keep bragging. Even a wise man's 1,000 considerations are bound to make a mistake." Sun Lang did not turn his head this time. He just raised his right hand and said, "This brute force is used to deal with the occasional mistake. This is what you call steady. What do you think?" Old Hu stopped where he was and shook his head. Sun Lang could happily eat pastries and hot porridge in the company of beauties, but he did not have the leisure and elegance to do so. Just like Lu Shouyan was now under pressure to deal with all the troublesome things that could happen, He also had a lot of things to do. A so-called unparalleled general not only had to be able to size up the situation and be cautious in taking precautions, but also had to have a group of reliable subordinates to help him complete some unremarkable routine task. Speaking of which, he walked in another direction, still thinking about what Sun Lang had just said. What method should be used to solve the problem of corruption and ensure the high efficiency of the government's operations and the integrity of the court? It shouldn't be a simple severe punishment. He thought about it again and again, but could not figure it out. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm kind of looking forward to it. No matter what, it's good that you have a way." On the other side, Sun Lang was leisurely eating his rebellious porridge. After he finished the porridge in his bowl, he passed it forward and said, "Another bowl." Zhang Yinluo on the opposite side took it skillfully and gave him another bowl of porridge. She handed it over and said, "Drink slowly, be careful of the heat. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything." After all, this guy was the kind of monster who shot himself in the head and then hit the bullet with his saliva as his daily game. If he wanted, he could even directly drink a mouthful of boiling water and use his icy cold jinchi to freeze it into ice cubes and spit it out from his mouth. Sun Lang sensed her gaze and gave her a thumbs up. "The taste of magma is a bit like flour crab porridge," Zhang Yinluo complained loudly. "You even drank that kind of thing before." Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, "How is that possible? I'm not that stupid." Zhao Feihuang sat next to Sun Lang and snorted. "How stupid, you even believe this?" Yinluo glared at her. "It's none of your business." The two girls began their daily bickering again, and Sun Lang drank his porridge on the side. After arguing for a while, Yinluo seemed to think of something and looked around. Why isn't President Hu's family here today? Also, Mr. Joseph and that woman." Zhao Feihuang asked curiously, "Mr. Joseph? Who's that?" Zhang Yinluo subconsciously blurted out a string of Slaller's name. Looking at Miss Zhao's dumbfounded expression, Zhang Yinluo finally reacted. She laughed involuntarily and said, "I forgot, it's Sir Lone Walker. His empire's name is Long Wanda. I'm still used to calling him Sir Joseph. After all, he is a very famous warrior in the Lifire Kingdom. Speaking of which, did you come up with the name Long Wanda?" Sun Lang chewed a mouthful of spicy radish and said vaguely, "Yes. I didn't know." Zhang Yinluo was surprised. "You actually came up with such a normal name." Sun Lang smiled proudly, concealing his achievements and fame. "That's why it's usually very lively at this time." "Why is it that today?" Yinluo muttered a few words, and her expression suddenly changed. Could it be that? She looked at Sun Lang and said seriously, "The Wang Consortium has made their move?" Zhao Feihuang and Sun Lang looked at each other and said, "Your cow does have the intuition of a domestic animal." Zhang Yinluo complained, "What do you mean by the intuition of a domestic animal?" "Who knows?" Zhao Feihuang said nonchalantly, "It's probably because a sow feels that it's about to be slaughtered for meat." "Do you want to fight?" "All right, stop arguing." Sun Lang said, "Yinluo, you guessed right. We received news this morning that there's chaos in Mingzhou. The Wang Consortium is about to bring their army to the city. Old Hu and the others are all making their final preparations." Zhang Yinluo's expression changed and she said faintly, "It's begun." Sun Lang comforted her, "Don't worry, it won't affect this place. It'll be over soon." "I know. You'll protect us well and not let us get hurt." Zhang Yinluo smiled and sighed. "I just think, General Qi will probably be very sad that things have come to this." Sun Lang was slightly startled and then said, "Qi Guanyin obviously has old feelings for his wife. I'll protect the Wang Consortium's life and give him a chance to end everything and face the past." Yinluo forced a smile. For some reason, she was a little uncertain. She seemed to vaguely realize that things were not that simple. she said softly. I hope so. I hope that lovers don't have to be sad to part. Chapter 492. The Right to Know. The so-called right to know referred to the freedom and power to know and obtain information from official or unofficial channels. In other words, the right to know was an inevitable requirement and result of the democratization of politics. In other words, it was a basic human right that shone with the light of democracy and freedom. However, since ancient times, the right to know had always been a joke. No matter how advanced technology was, no matter how advanced society was, and no matter how brilliant democracy was, the ordinary people's right to know had always been narrow and insignificant. The truth had always been shrouded in layers of conspiracies and fog. Even in the modern society where media and information were extremely developed, regardless of ideology or political system, the so-called right of the masses to know the truth had to go through the castration of the state, the guidance of vested interest groups, and the misdirection of those with ill intentions. The information obtained in this way could not be considered the truth of the matter at all, because the ruled class would always be the ruled class. Even modern society was like this, let alone ancient society. The upper class of Mingzhou was going through an earthquake. Terrible changes were happening. Armies were mobilized everywhere, civil and military officials were mobilizing at the same time, and the rich and powerful families were also mobilizing their influence. All the spearheads were pointed at Mingzhou. It could be said that a storm had arrived. Now, all the gates of Mingzhou's cities were closed, and all the government offices were operating at full speed. All the rich and powerful families in the city had received the news and locked their doors and stayed neutral. The situation was obviously so bad that it was about to flip the table. However, the commoners did not know anything. They did not know what had happened at all, let alone the inside story of the matter. On the surface, it was the general's wife who had raised her arms to call for the return of the missing general who was suspected to be under house arrest. The loyal soldiers immediately responded, and for righteous indignation and justice, the righteous people from all walks of life in Mingzhou also voiced their support. Everyone was a good comrade who cared about justice. Even if the imperial court wanted to investigate this mutiny, the observant emperor would definitely feel that there was a reason for it and show mercy by not pursuing the matter. Obviously, this was all bullshit. The righteous men from all walks of life in Mingzhou were willing to lend a hand not because the general was popular, nor was it because they were all righteous comrades. It was simply because the general's wife had too much black material in her hands, which made the men feel very vexed. After all, women had long hair but little knowledge. They were brainless and easily impulsive. Without a husband, they would throw tantrums. If she went crazy and handed those fabricated accounts to the imperial court, everyone would be troubled. Although there was no such thing, what if the imperial court believed it? Therefore, everyone understood Wang Shi's feelings. Her husband was under house arrest and his life was hanging by a thread. In a moment of desperation, she did something like flipping the table. Although she was not particular about it, they were all people with families and careers. How could they stoop to the level of a woman? Please help him. Therefore, in the spirit of humanitarianism, although everyone was gnashing their teeth in hatred and wanted nothing more than to send assassins to kill Wang Shi, they still had to pinch their noses and say a few words in response. Then, they went to Mingzhou to support Wang Shi, thinking about how they would settle the score after this matter was over. The inside story, the truth, the exchange of benefits, and the filthy compromises were intertwined to form a major event that shook Ming Province. It was hidden under the appearance of being dignified and having a good reason to send out troops. The vast majority of the people would never know about the things that were covered up for the rest of their lives. On the city wall at the north gate of Mingzhou, Sun Lang, Hu Shouxin, and Lu Shouyan stood on a battlement and looked into the distance. The gate had long been closed. The people who wanted to enter the city had already sensed something was wrong and had already stayed far away. Dust gradually rose in the distance, and a black line was faintly pressing toward them. They did not know which army it was. Sun Lang narrowed his eyes and observed for a while, then said with a smile, "Right now, the gun will hit the bird that sticks out." Although all the prefectures in Mingzhou are working together and moving out together, the law cannot punish the masses. Lord Liu, you may not have the ability to settle the score with the entire Mingzhou army, but if any army gets too close, you can still write it down in your little notebook and complain later. The generals are not stupid. They will probably stop there. Yes, young master, you are wise. Lu Shouyan flattered him a little. Now that the city gate is closed and the yamen has been mobilized to pacify the people and suppress the unrest, there won't be any trouble in the city. Now you just need to sit tight and wait for Wang Shi to make her move. Then you can crush her and win. Sun Lang thought for a while, then suddenly laughed out loud. Lu Shouyan was puzzled. Why are you laughing? Sun Lang pointed outside and laughed. I'm laughing at Wang Shi's lack of strategy after all. His subordinate Xiaoba Shaoji has made such a big scene and wants to put the blame on us, but he doesn't know how to mobilize the people? Lu Shouyan was surprised. Sun Lang shook his head and sighed. Limitations. The limitations of the feudal bureaucracy and the landlord class. They look down on the ordinary people of the middle and lower class. Tell me, they claim that we put Qi Guanyin under house arrest, so they gathered people to ask for justice. Then, why don't they spread the news and let the whole city know about it? Even if the people can't do anything big, they can always put us in a terrible situation. Hu Shouxin wiped the sweat on his forehead. You can King talk less. Lu Shouyan forced a smile and said, Young master, are you trying to fill in the gaps and remind me to pay attention to public opinion? You worry too much. Although water can carry a boat, it can also sink it, but in the end, the so-called power of the people is actually the same thing. Indeed, there are many people. The power of all the people in the world combined is indeed enough to overturn rivers and seas and split mountains. But the problem is, their power can't be combined. Sun Lang's expression changed and he said cheerfully, Go on. He lowered his head and said, The truth is like this. If there is no hero leading the people are like a plate of loose sand. They are like pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. They are like cows that work hard to make a living. They work hard and sweat to create an endless stream of wealth and taxes that will never belong to them. They support people like us. No one takes them seriously because they are not a problem at all. The prefecture overseer glanced at the angry Hu Shouxin and said lightly, General Hu, you don't have to look at me like this. I am an official of a prefecture. I also hope that the people can live in peace and contentment. I also do my best to manage the government and strive for harmony between the people and prosperity of all industries so that they can live a good life. But this does not prevent me from seeing through their essence. In the glorious history of mankind, the changes of the world, the changes of the dynasties, the stages of the world, the heroes and the land, the successes and failures, in the modeled history, there has never been a place for a bumpkin to speak. Hu Shouxin said coldly, Did you eat those heroes who started from nothing? Well said, Lu Shouxin said calmly. Lu Shouyan said calmly, But if I may ask, General Hu, do the heroes who rose from humble beginnings live in luxurious clothes and luxurious houses after they become famous, or do they continue to carry hoes and go home to farm? Hu Shouxin was at a loss for words. Sun Lang laughed. Prefecture Overseer Lu, you're a wise man. Indeed, there's no need to exaggerate the strength of the people. There's also no need to overly deify them. The villagers don't care about doctrines and ideals, and they don't know about giving and sacrificing. If you want to borrow the strength of the people, you must first show the benefits. Those who succeed are always realists. They are people who do things and not talk empty talk. He raised a finger and said with a smile, "Take the current situation for example. The Wang family wants to use the strength of the people to suppress public opinion. If they're just pretending to be pitiful and say that we're keeping her husband under house arrest, it'll be useless. What does it have to do with us if she loses her husband? However, if we think about it from another perspective, if we tie General Chi's house arrest to the vital interests of the people, the villagers will be much more enthusiastic." Sun Lang said with a smile, "For example, if the army besieges the city, the price of goods skyrocketed, and the people are in a state of panic, it's all the fault of the prefecture overseer for keeping the general under house arrest. If the people don't have enough to eat, they'll be anxious as well. They'll definitely resent Lord Lu for kidnapping the general. People will only jump out when their own interests are at stake." Prefecture Overseer Lu grumbled inwardly. However, as a civil official, he knew the importance and benefits of taking the blame for his superior. He calmly accepted that Lord Lu kidnapped the general. He cupped his fists and said, "Your words are thought-provoking, young master. However, I don't think the Shrew Wang family could have come up with such an idea." Sun Lang frowned. "That's hard to say. You didn't notice anything unusual?" "Absolutely not," Lu Shoyan said solemnly. "The Six Fan School has recruited the people of the city as our eyes and ears. There's no such news among the people. I've also asked the warriors under General Hu to help me gather information, but there's nothing unusual either." Sun Lang's expression changed slightly. He said softly, "That's strange." Lu Shoyan did not know what Sun Lang was thinking. He was about to ask when footsteps rang from below the battlements. A public servant with a saber slung over his waist hurried up the stairs and stopped in front of the three of them. He bowed at Prefecture Overseer Lu and said, "Master." Lu Shoyan said indifferently, "There are no outsiders here. Speak frankly." "Understood." The public servant said loudly, "There's a messenger from the general's mansion outside the city requesting an audience." The three of them exchanged a look. Sun Lang said with a smile, "The letter of challenge is here. It seems like the Wang family's stage is set." Lu Shoyan looked at Sun Lang questioningly. Sun Lang gave it some thought before he said, "At this point, there's no need to play any tricks. Let's just meet him here and ask him why he's here." Prefecture Overseer Lu nodded without hesitation and said, "All right. Open the door and let the messenger see me." The public servant left after receiving the order. Sun Lang smiled at Hu Shoshin. "Let's take our leave for now." Sun Lang was one of the few experts under the heavens. It was easy for him to hold his breath. Old Hu, on the other hand, was a famous archer in the Tian Yuan army. It was only natural that he knew how to launch sneak attacks. He was much more cunning than Hanzong. The two of them found a place to hide. Unless the messenger was a great elite like Qi Guanyin, it would not be easy for him to discover them. Clearly, the other party was not. With the order from the prefecture overseer, the thick and heavy city gates opened slightly, allowing the messenger to enter. Under the surveillance of the city's elite guards, the messenger climbed up the city wall and greeted Lu Shoyan. The man was tall and straight, and his eyes were bright. He had the air of a soldier, and his martial arts were not weak. Since he was chosen as the messenger under such circumstances, he must be one of the heroes in Ming Province's army. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Prefecture Overseer." Lu Shoyan was submissive and eloquent in front of Sun Lang, but in front of others, he had to put on airs as the secretary of the provincial party committee. He flicked his sleeve and said coldly, "Forget it. You've led the army into Ming Province, disturbed the people, and challenged the emperor's authority. I'm afraid you've lost your mind. You don't have to put on an act in front of me." The nameless soldier smiled and said, "Your words are boring, my lord. You know very well why the army is here. We have no choice. After all, we have the old and the young at home, and we're eating the court's food. Why would we do such a disgraceful thing for no reason? Lu Zhou said coldly. The man cut Lu Zhou off. He lowered his head and said, My lord, there's no need to argue with a nobody like me. I'm just a messenger who delivers a letter on behalf of the madam and the generals. It's useless even if you refute me. Let's get straight to the point. He produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to Lu Zhou with both hands. He said loudly, Today, everyone from the civil and martial sects in Ming Province, including the noble clans, are waiting outside Ming Province City. The madam has invited the heroes of Ming Province to be witnesses. She wants them to tell the truth in broad daylight and confront the whereabouts of the great general. She hopes that the prefecture overseer will do her the honor of explaining. Not only will you be able to clear your name, but you'll also be able to avoid a disaster of war. Lu Shoyan reached out to take the letter. He snorted and said, Avoid a disaster of war? That sounds nice. Moreover, you've besieged Ming Province, but you want me to talk to you in your headquarters? Isn't this coercion? Since you're interested in resolving this matter, why didn't the Wang family come to Ming Province City and let me host you? The messenger said calmly, Apart from the civil and martial sects and the noble clans, there are also thousands of ordinary soldiers here. They're grateful for the great general's kindness and are willing to do such a thing to repay his kindness. Hence, they have the right to know the truth immediately. The madam can enter Ming Province City, but they can't all go in, right? It's better to invite the prefecture overseer out of the city. He thought about it for a moment before he explained, If you're worried about your safety, my lord, you can bring elite soldiers and elites with you to protect you. It doesn't matter how many of them there are. Moreover, everyone is here to resolve this matter, not to fight. Even if the civil and martial officials of Ming Province and the noble clans are here, they won't let you come to any harm. Sun Lang and Hu Shouxin listened from the side. They exchanged a look, and something stirred in their hearts. As expected, Wang family refused to enter the city. Indeed, if she really came in and entered Marquis Jing'an's mansion, she would be dead the moment Qi Guanyin came out. In other words, she insisted on holding the meeting and negotiation outside the city, her home ground. Could it be that she had also arranged some sort of scheme and was waiting for them to walk right into her trap? Lu Shoyan pondered for a moment. Following Sun Lang's instructions, he said, All right, outside the city is fine, but I'll still have to decide on the meeting location. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.